Alright, I think we're back. Oh, restarting the stream because every 12 hours I mess up. Sorry. Write YouTube and tell them to stop that. If you don't like it, I mean really seriously, like give them feedback. They don't save my videos or any video that goes on longer than 12 hours, not even if it's for public service and historical records. So please give them feedback saying stop deleting people's videos where we see the world's most exciting, mega fires and fire tornadoes. If somebody flags their video as public service, history in the making, live on television stuff, that should never be deleted. Welcome back, guys. Sorry, that was abrupt. We're at 11 hours and 59 minutes and 48 seconds. And so YouTube doesn't save anything beyond 12 hours. I have to restart. Very sorry, guys. I apologize. Welcome back, guys. Thank you, everybody who supported the stream with donations and has supported people through the crisis and shared the video. Hitting like on all the videos actually really helps, and this one too. And subscribe with the ringing bell to know when I go live. I'm really fading out with a lot of tiredness here, but there's a new escalating situation report of power lines down Loma, Rica, just when I was talking about my friend dying there in that 2017 Cascade fire. I just can't believe that. We do have a heat detection though. Loma Rica Report Road. Different than what's going on at Oregon House and Dobbins. It looks like the same fire though, but now there's power lines down. Is this in connection with the Glen fire? Allie, welcome. I super appreciate you. Please take care of yourself. That's right. No matter what's happening, I will go to bed before midnight. It's 10:19 p.m. I need to go over and get some blood sugar. The raging headache is, I believe, blood sugar related, and I kind of fade out that way. I still continue to fight my ear infection, and if I'm a little off sometimes, that's it. And I'm sorry I can't monitor things, so I'm going to go look at Indian Ridge Cam just as people requested. So this is the last hour, Indian Ridge Cam. We continue to listen to Dixie Fire. They're just not talking right now. And I muted it because while I was talking, they only piped up every once in a while to talk about sandwich distribution and turn left, not right on such and such road. Don't worry about the 821. There's going to be firing ops. But I think everything looks okay by Drake's Bad. Warner Valley, they slammed the area with helicopters and saved individual structures, I hear. So we'll find out whatever happens in the morning. Okay, I'm going to mute that again. That thing takes me by surprise. I almost yelped. But what was the report of power lines down by Loma Rica? That's Indian Ridge Cam. FLIR. This is Oregon House Cam. The Glen fire. Last 3 hours time lapse. I can't believe it. Something going wrong. Meow, you doing? There's some sort of a joke reply that I'm not thinking of. Some sort of an animal sound like, I'm okay, but it's an animal sound. Help me complete this joke, guys. Yeah, what happened? Either it's part of the Glen fire because it's so close, Loma Rica Road and the Port Road. They're telling people to use the Port Road to get towards Loma Rica to evacuate. The fire might have just chewed through power lines and pushed them down. Knowing PG&E, it'll take them 5 hours to de-energize it. Sorry, I'm bitter, but they did that to Dixie Fire and let it spread. So wherever there's power lines down, they, just like with the river fire in Yuba / Nevada County here, not Yuba, Nevada / Placer, excuse me. They sat there and water tenders couldn't get to the river fire because they were waiting for PGE to show up and de-energize lines. They waited for more than an hour. Don't know how that affected the fire, if at all, or if it did. but that just goes to show, even if they're not at fault here, we need to change our systems so that at a control booth they could push a button and turn off power in between lines. That would go to help a situation. But we're on the 1800 system where you have to show up with a crew in a truck, and at great risk to themselves, they got to reach up high. If anybody else knows how this works, please enlighten me. And like pull levers and stuff on the top of poles, like it's 1898. Party like it's 1899, guys. Why don't we have technology better than that, so that when they detect any surge anywhere, they can just shut off power to a block with a push of a button, and then pick up the phone and say, "Power, everybody, immediately, hey, fire truck crew, everything's good, de-energize." Yeah, so complete my joke, guys. I'd say I'm having a rough time. Ha ha ha, Ellie, that's sweet. That's what I'm gonna do. But I'm so sad. The course wildfire, we told you not to go. You know, you have to have rhino skin on the internet. You have to have rhino skin on the internet. And what I think is we shouldn't wait for power companies at all. I think the fire crews should have some sort of a keypad and like enter a code on the nearest power pole, and it goes and de-energizes. We have a similar system for ambulance crews. They got a button. They want a green light. Click, click. They have solid green lights and go down. It's red for everybody else. It's green for them. We can do this. Yeah, sorry, I lost my friend. It was hard seeing a fire and remembering it hugs. Thank you. It was even more shocking realizing it could have been us because we had lived in the area. But my dad invited the fire crews long ago, just long ago, and held an appreciation barbecue for the local firefighting team in probably this region. And he said, "How do I groom my property to keep it safe?" Because we were on a dead-end road at the top of a hill. So we're going to check cameras like Indian Ridge 2 and in the FLIR. We'll let the FLIR do a rotation. Here's a 1 hour Indian Ridge. I'm hoping it's moderating. The chat's dead silent on the radio. That's no news is good news on these fires. They tell everybody where to go, tell the crews what to do. Status check this is. Listen.
Check no longer needed. 2224.
Yeah, so weird. Random comment there. Bozo the Clown's random comment last night. I have to raise a cocktail glass to that trollery. That was actually funny. But going back here, this is Indian Ridge last hour. In the foreground, I presume Ketty Ridge, where they're working to save more structures in Indian Valley. To the left, Iron Mountain's hotspot. To the right, far to the right, stuff that's going on in the northeast arm of Indian Valley. What was that flash? So it's not lightning. It's usually flare-ups. This is 1 minute. Every 1 minute you get a still photograph. It's animated. So flashes could have been for a solid minute, just a bright flare-up and reflection of light off the underside of smoke. And don't confuse it with lightning. I mean, and watch it here. Kind of going away in the distance. That's the main crisis point of the fire. That would be the Evans Group area. Fire tornadoes were coming from that area earlier today. And we should turn FLIR back on, but I don't think we'll see past the ridge. It's well past all cameras. That's why we were watching what was going on in Yuba County. Anybody have news on what's going on? Allie, we can sometimes. We're listening less in County Fire and EMS. But yeah, I wish we could listen to like Taylorsville. We are listening to the fight going on.
This is a Bill generator fire.
A generator fire.
Engine 621. Small generator on fire outside of the gym. Lassen Community College. Repeating engine 621. Small generator on fire outside of the gym. Lassen Community College. Command is County. Attack is Fire 21. Susanville 2226.
Hoping they save Luckiest Mining Town. Do you guys want to see the promised pictures? I wasn't going to show exactly where it was, but it's so remote. And
Wildcat Division, 9325 Charlie.
okay, Wildcat Division's by Antelope Lake here. Here's Wildcat Ridge. They're about to talk. Hopefully.
621 responding.
21, 22, 27.
Wildcat. 9325 Charlie.
Hang on, Mining Town. Hang on, Mining Town. They got water right there. Oh. Thank you so much, Derek Rose. Thank you. I do need Cocoa Puffs. I don't do drugs, drink, or smoke. So, comfort food. I'm somehow thin as a stick, but...
5 Charlie, Wildcat training. On command.
Wildcat 25 Charlie and Task Force 2803 are in the Wilcox Valley.
I unashamedly eat Cocoa Puffs like a fiend. Allie says, my dad used to be...
You guys at the, line?
Yeah, we had the vapors. Thank you for your... Tell your dad, if he's still with us, thank you for his service. Yeah, these ranchers and these...
25 Charlie.
Everybody's had a long night.
Training. You've got the grid map. What section are you in?
True, Shell. Flashes can be headlights. Fire crew's working hard. They said small generator fire. Euphoric, you tend to be jumping, and I know everybody is on edge. But it's the still of the night, at least, compared to daytime, and hopefully the evac center is going to be okay. They weren't talking about victims or anything, so that sounds outdoors. Yeah, Scheme 43, thank you. Cocoa Puffs. Now I can afford milk. Yay. Thank you very much, guys. Give generously to the people affected, and then throw me your pocket change so I can be here every day. I can't do the same thing I did last year, which was 29 to 31 days straight, I think, without income. I just thought, I'll just walk people to the crisis. It'll be over the next day, the next day, the next day. It wasn't over.
Wildcat trainee. Wildcat.
Cool.
That actual
No.
Wildcat training.
Nice.
I got positive comms with 25 Charlie on the tag channel. I'll be tying in with them in the low-down break.
That's Wildcat Ridge.
I'm still coming that way with the hose cache. We're coming grade towards 163. We're still probably 30 to 45 out to 263.
Sorry, I'm struggling with this pen.
Sierra Herlong Medic 5 Medical, Aspen Street.
Yeah. There. Sorry, Wildcat Ridge. Ah. You see why I keep it muted for you guys? And I don't want to violate people's privacy whenever I can. I'm sorry I leave it on through the night like that. But Wildcat Ridge is right there. So Diamond Mountain and Wildcat teams are next to each other. Yeah, it's quite a bit hectic. Hey, Wildcat, speaking of the devil, Wildcat pokes his head up. You're not just a ridge, you're not just a team, you're in chat. There was some good news, and then bad and then good news. So, yeah. We had new fires today start up. We're monitoring those. They're burning right now in Yuba County. This thing started at 4:30 in the afternoon. Hell broke loose. The good news is that it was a false alarm at Child's Meadow by Mineral in Chester. Diana Connor, I see the dollar icon for donating, but it's grayed out when I click it. It only gives me options to do super chat or a sticker. That's the same thing. So a sticker is like you get to type in it. What is the difference, guys? A sticker, you choose a funny image, and chat is you get to say something with a huge big thing that gets my attention. And so it is courtesy to read somebody's super chat message aloud. Now, some people are rock stars with millions of viewers, right? Millions of subscribers. And so when you give them $1 or something, whatever their minimum is, you are purchasing them basically saying what you want them to say. Yeah, and then you're highlighted prominently by people reading chat. And it's of course courtesy for people to read it out. So there could be a lot of fun and games with that. I'm not going to do lewd things, but if you want me to say ridiculous stuff, I'll do it for common good here. But please don't humiliate me. Uh-oh. Radio Hill and Quincy? Oh, crap, what's going on now? Okay, new duplicate. Spa Ranch, sorry, wrong place. I'm finding it. What the hell is that? Crap. We cannot. Okay, the moment we celebrate something, we're reminded of reality. Last 1 hour time lapse. There's something going on at Quincy. I don't hear them talking about it. Is this prescribed? Exactly what the hell's going on here? 3 Winters says $5. Thank you. Thank you, 3 Winters. This keeps me going. It'll pay the bills and then have my camera fund. Then I can make real documentaries about fires and educate people better. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. $2, Malicious Corpse, thank you. What's a vampire's favorite candy? A sucker. Oh, that's cool. I will read aloud as long as it's really not humiliating. But you could say stuff like the song lyrics to I'm Being Eaten by a Boa Constrictor, and I'll have to say it out of courtesy and obligation. But please keep this a place. This is not fun time, of course. Remember, people are coming in here who lost everything, and their horses burned up, and all kinds of horrible things. Still trying to figure out what's going on with Quincy. The silliness we can do in random intervals in between sorrow, but when people walk in for the first time and I'm singing a song or something, it's just... Oh, a fire at a dump? Do they still burn trash? Is that a thing? I thought that was very turn of the century. Or is that a fire they didn't want at the dump? Transfer station? Okay. Yeah, you choose. Choose the sticker or choose a message to type. I'm still listening. They're talking about a 76-year-old man with chest pain right now. EI, thank you. $4.99. Thanks for the updates. You're so very welcome. It could be a message to me or something you want me to read. In Oklahoma, they burn trash. Okay. in some places, I guess it's warned, but it's in incinerators. It's not open air, I hope. Yeah, it's probably unwanted. I'm not sure. Ah! Glad you guys didn't hear that. I'm turning down the radio. There's a random broadcast of something, but there's still.
Due to the smoke and weather, they'll check with other aircraft, but
no.
it doesn't look promising.
Hang on. This is Morgan House, this is Yuba County. We're monitoring this.
Thank you.
Okay, this is indirect fatalities, perhaps, to the fire. They just called life flight for somebody with chest pain. Since it doesn't look promising, they're not going to fly due to the smoke. The Truckee plane crash, Boncolero was talking about it on his channel, link in my description. Juan Brown covers plane crashes, and he's a local here too, and he covers firefighting aircraft. Dozer 22 was on scene, that's what they just said. But they couldn't see to do a very tricky landing maneuver at the Truckee airport, and they just nosedived. The 6 on board last week. This fire's killing, even if it doesn't officially say that. Statistically, strokes and heart attacks go up because this fine particulate matter that's in smoke is being linked to that and dementia. Lassen County banned burn barrels 15 years ago. Yeah. So that might, I don't know what the heck that is. We'll continue to monitor the situation, but it's alarming at East Quincy. We could check heat detections in space. We don't have one. It's just probably too small, but thank you for the tip. We don't see even fire spread here. Out of the original heat detections, it's still fierce right here. Indian Ridge is looking that way. And so we can keep checking Indian Ridge. Diane O'Connor, thank you so much. Camera fun, thank you. I'm getting closer. This dream is becoming reality. The camera I once sees in the dark, and it will be perfect for covering fires. I've shown up at the scene of structure fires, just strange things happen to me. With no ability to really film themselves, and just don't cut it. Later I'll show you some of that. They were really extinguishing things by the time I arrived, but what I want to do is volunteer at local fire units and also help them. They're calling for media production students to help them get messages out to the public and film stuff for free. And so I was thinking I could do that and also make my own safety videos and test products by lighting them on fire, like fireproof blankets. Does this really work? Of course, with them under supervision. I don't want to recommend products for people to use. Sorry, I have to redo the Indian Ridge camera. Last 1 hour. Excuse me. I don't want to recommend products that may not work and save lives. The idea is save lives. So if they're selling Amazon fire blankets on Amazon for $20 like they are, I haven't recommended them yet. I just think they might work. Because you never know what kind of fakes are out there. I mean, what if it's made out of aluminum foil and it you know, that would get pretty popular. Yeah, I think so. If you're talking to me. Plumas News, info on the transfer station fire in Plumas News. Okay, thank you. Welcome back, guys. If you just come in. I need to eat. Can you guys actually post in chat what's going on with Plumas News while I go get some food in me? I skipped dinner and now it's midnight. No, it's 10:40. Low blood sugar, guys. I'm gonna go try to charge the headphones for a minute too. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. And we'll try to keep updating. The FLIR camera will show things in general. There's that dozer that somebody parked and walked up the hill. Thank you so much, Barbacoa. Thank you, the $5. I'm going to leave on the radio and just take these off my head for a minute, go get something to eat, and I'll be right back, guys. There's no transfer station in Quincy. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, get fake spot for Google Chrome. It's amazing. Euphoric? That sounds awesome. Yeah, that sounds awesome. And you just might make a good mod too. I'm considering that. But you know,
Branch 16.
it's a duty you can't take lightly. You gotta be real calm a lot, you know. So it's mods take the night shift, and I require them to get along with each other, and it's kind of a fine line where you gotta figure out if somebody's joking or not. Discuss that, but yeah, well, I'm gonna go get the food. Be right back.
Larson firing group. Branch 16.
Branch 16, Larson Fire Group.
Trying to inquire, was there extra 40 gallons of fuel at that drop point by you guys?
We have someone checking it out right now. I can see what they got. How much do you need?
It's extra, and I'm going to have to get probably a rotation going back into the fuel tender.
Okay, I copy. I'll see what we have and I'll run some over to you.
Yeah, I copy her. I can come get it, or and I'll fill up our empties. We just started out in really sparse fuel and trying to get the consumption. Now we're in the heavier fuels. I'll use a lot less fuel, but I'm going to get a rotation going into the fuel tender.
Okay, yeah, I copy. I'm at a spot I can break free. I'll run over there and see what we got and break them over to you.
I copy, thank you.
Uniform. Command.
Branch 16.
Yeah, I saw some drip torch mix up on 44, right at the fire's edge in section 1, and it'd be on the east side of the road. Heavy equipment box dinner. Night hunt. Amen.
Medic 5 Sizzle. Medic 5, all rotors have declined due to weather.
Division uniform, branch 16. Would that be in your division?
Yeah, it's going to be right on the break between Tango and me. Right at the 821 and Genie Mountain Road. I saw it on the west side of the road. There's a little pull out where the buses were parked, and it was cached right there.
I copy. Thank you. I'll make a run down there.
248 on 4666, 4666.
16. Group, branch 16. Communication, ground support driver 203. Ground support driver 203, go ahead. There's supposed to be a ground support driver coming from Quincy and drop point 76. Are you asking if the driver is on the way back? Negative. They're from Quincy, going to be staying in Greenville tonight. Good evening, 2306. Firing group that I located the fuel that I was looking for. He departed here about 20 minutes ago, working his way towards Romeo. I copy. Find the stuff up on A13. Affirmative. Thank you. I was told it was in a different location, so. I copy. And we still have 30 gallons cash to and an extra 10. So if you need anything, let us know. Yeah, affirmative. And I have a 2-cycle mix on Division Romeo, so if I start getting extremely low, I'll just run in and get diesel, and we'll be able to keep pushing forward. And fire and operations going good. Low understory burn, back and great. I copy.
Cat trainee from East Communications.
Go ahead.
Well, I had ground support unit 203 just call in now. I guess they're waiting at drop point 267 for the driver that you escorted in. Do you think they're on their way back there or not?
Wildcat training. How do you copy?
A little scratchy but readable.
Time, let me get up out of the campus real quick. We're in between 163 and 263. Still working our way into 263. Copy?
Yeah, East Communications copies. In between 163 and 260. You haven't unloaded yet, working your way. Yeah, I'll just call the guy back and let him know that what's going on, and then if you can get us the ETA after you unload, that'd be appreciated.
22.
I'll be waiting at drop point 276.
Drop point 276. It'll probably be 90 minutes to 2 hours once we unload.
Copies. Ground support 203. Do you copy?
Greenville, Medic 5, 1097 with fire.
Medic 5, 2312.
transporting to St. Mary's.
Medic 52318.
This is a test of the emergency Catherine system. This is only a test.
This is a test of the emergency Catherine system.
1922.
This is only a test.
1922 is clear and available.
1922, 2319 on 4667, 4667.
Oh good, this works. Current situation, they protected structures in Warner Valley today, with helicopters. Unknown structure losses. A new fire erupted in Yuba County around 4 p.m. Still going. We see it in Calm's Oregon house. Battle ongoing in mountains near of Taylorsville to save Antelope Lake and historic structures. Battle ongoing in mountains northeast of Taylorsville to save
Turbine clear. 2321 on 4667, 4667.
Battle ongoing in mountains northeast of Taylorsville to save Antelope Lake and historic structures. If they contain Dixie fire here, Janesville and Susanville may be okay. Do not worry about fire near A21 highway. That is on purpose to protect Susanville. Taylorsville seems okay at present.
Operations, engine 151, TAC 8.
Bison still roam Indian Valley, they are not all evacuated.
Wyoming engine 151, night off on command. And 8. Wyoming 151, night off on command.
Quincy has a new active fire, seems to be power substation.
Report locations, the water centers have to. Wyoming engine 151, night command. Net operations chief 151, command 8. Chief 1, night op, go ahead. Stations, night off, are you copying me?
I cannot talk, I'm eating S. mores, the food of the gods.
Under OES 31, on command.
That is, chocolate graham crackers and marshmallows. Microwaved until soft.
Water tender OES 31, Coyote.
Give me $1 and I will change the voice.
West Communications, Medport. For West Communications, Peter, identify. West Communications, Medport, back in Westwood. We copy traffic.
I left out Nutella and the ants didn't touch it. What is a Nutella?
traffic for Lima on command.
Flash that cash, and I will get you Scotland.
Back on your division. Lima copy.
Post that indictment link, I'll let the voice read it.
Ja ne poni mai Yuba ruski jazyk.
Still waiting on that link to the indictment. Sim 15 HAS Power.
Seems Quincy still has power.
Former professor accused of arson near Dixie fire. Blazes could have trapped firefighters. Article from kqed.org.
Last 7817.
Maynard identified after his car got stuck near a fire. Maynard, 47, is a former professor who has taught at colleges in the Bay Area and in New York, according to online records. Last fall, he taught in the Criminology and Criminal Justice Department at Sonoma State University, which says in its official bio for Maynard that he has a doctorate in sociology and 3 master's degrees. His teaching and research, the school said, focuses on topics that include the sociology of health, deviance, and crime and environmental sociology. Maynard also has connections to other schools, from Stony Brook University in New York, where he received his doctorate.
His teaching and research, the school said, focuses on topics that include the sociology of health, deviance and crime and environmental sociology.
His teaching and research, the school said, focuses on topics that include the sociology of health, deviance and crime and environmental sociology.
151, night off on command.
West Communications on command.
From East Communications.
Communications, night off.
Night off. We've been in contact with West Communications as well, trying to get the engine 151 to be able to come up on our side as well, so we're trying to work on that also.
Yeah, I copy. It sounded like he was trying to hit us on Command 8. I know they're all linked. He's assigned to our side of the fire, and I talked to him on the phone earlier, so I'm not sure if he's just having radio trouble or what.
East Communications, copy.
On July 20th, Maynard was spotted near the scene of the Cascade Fire on the western slopes of Mount Shasta. A mountain biker in those remote woods had noticed signs of a fire, called 911, and then worked to limit the fire spread.
Communications, negative contact.
On July 20th, Maynard was spotted near the scene of the Cascade Fire on the western slopes of Mount Shasta. A mountain biker in those remote woods had noticed signs of a fire, called 911, and then worked to limit the fire's spread.
Medic 4, transfer. Medic transfer, Banner Lawson, ERT2 to Cameron Way, orders O2. Repeating Medic 4 transfer, Banner Lawson, ERT2 to Cameron Way, orders of O2. Civil 2342.
Medic 4 copy.
Medic 4, 2343.
A Forest Service fire investigator determined the Cascade Fire was likely the result of arson. He also noticed that on a dirt road 150 to 200 yards from the fire, a man was struggling to free his car, a black Kia Soul, after the vehicle's rear had failed to clear a partially buried boulder. A witness told investigators that the man, later identified as Maynard, had arrived several hours before the fire started, court records show.
Working your way still up Inspiration Peak.
Flare up in the distance on that FLIR cam. A witness told investigators that the man, later identified as Maynard, had arrived several hours before the fire started, court records show. The witness said the man had walked off in the direction of where the fire eventually ignited, returning around 10 minutes later. After the man returned, the witness recalled, smoke from the Cascade Fire became visible. The investigator kept his distance from Maynard, citing the man's uncooperative and agitated behavior. But he took a picture of his car, and the license plate number led to Maynard. Forest Service agents also measured and recorded data about the tire tread pattern left by Maynard's car, evidence that they say ties him to a string of arson wildfires. Tracking an arson suspect. In an affidavit requesting an arrest warrant for Maynard, U.S. Forest Service Special Agent Tyler Boland said he used a variety of means to learn more about the arson suspect, from internet searches that turned up his ties to colleges to inquiries with the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
Medic 4, 2346.
The Quincy Volunteer Fire Department is responding to the East Quincy Transfer Station, which is ablaze. The transfer station is in the same area of East as the Quincy Little League Fields and the Plumas County Jail. More information will be provided as it becomes available. Please stop the panic in the chat. Relax, fellas. That's the city lights of Susanville. City lights show up on infrared cameras. Really, you can panic people here. What if I'm asleep and can't monitor things? Just ask questions without too much crazy punctuation. Thank you for your cooperation. We're all on edge. My headphones are still charging and I cannot speak. Let's listen to Holt Hanley. He's the man.
Alright, it's time for another update and forecast on the various wildfires going on in Northern California. Once again, the big wildfires that we're going to be talking about are the Dixie Fire, the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, the River Complex, and the Antelope Fire. So, large number of wildfires going on right now, and you can really see that just based on the smoke over Northern California. Certainly have a lot of that going on, but you notice that overall the conditions look much calmer right now than they did at this time yesterday. We were talking about the possible explanation for this in this morning's forecast, where we were saying that there was so much smoke over Northern California that it was actually going to help keep our temperatures down, keep our winds down, and keep the fire behavior down as well. And that was actually what ended up being true for most of the day, which I'd say was some good news. But with that good news, you can see that it has started to turn around, as it looks like just in the last hour, this area on the Dixie Fire looks like it's that northeastern corner of the Dixie Fire looks much more active than it did throughout the entire start of the day. Big pyrocumulus cloud popping up as of right now. So again, we're going to be going over all of the various wildfires in Northern California, focusing mostly on the Dixie Fire though, because out of that poll that I did the other day asking what you guys are most interested in, I believe 90% of people said Dixie Fire, so I'll try to spend about 90% of the time on the Dixie Fire. And what we're going to do for all these fires is look at the various numbers that have been updated when it comes to acreage burned, when it comes to structures destroyed, and then the big thing that we always focus on in these forecasts is the fire weather forecast. See how much hotter, drier, windier it's going to get, and that really gives you an idea of how these fires are going to be changing in the future. Now, the other thing that I will give a little summary on when it comes to that fire weather forecast is there is the possibility for some thunderstorms Thursday and Friday over the Dixie Fire. So we've already seen this play out twice for the Dixie Fire, where one time the thunderstorms came through, it brought gusty erratic winds and some lightning, and our fire activity picked up. Then we had another round of thunderstorms where it brought cloud cover, moisture, and even some rainfall, and our fire activity went down. So we're going to definitely dive in closely to that thunderstorm threat and see what kind of effects that might have on our fires. But first things first, let's just take a look at the Dixie Fire. You can see where a lot of the hot spots are. We saw a lot of the same areas of this fire heating up yesterday, and the last 2 days it's been that one spot on the western edge there that I believe in the last CAL FIRE update they were saying that is in fact a firing operation to clear out some of the fuels in that area. But then the two specific areas that have been burning the hottest, where we've seen those massive pyrocumulus clouds the last couple of days, have been on the northern edge of the Dixie Fire and the northeastern edge. You can just see how many hot spots are the really red hot spots. That gives you a good idea that there's a lot of very active fire behavior going on, and a big reason for that is those are the areas that are fueled by those southwesterly winds. You can imagine those winds pick up in the afternoon and then just act to push that fire farther to the north and then farther to the northeast as well. Biggest thing that we've been talking about a lot recently is this northeastern section though, because that has been the part of the fire that's been burning consistently the hottest, where almost every single day it looks like we have a big pyrocumulus cloud over that northeastern section, and right on cue we have another one popping up there as of right now, even though some of that smoke was able to calm down our fire behavior throughout most of the day today. Like I said, as those winds pick up in the afternoon, it pushes out some of the smoke, so then it allows that fire activity to pick up, and that's also when your temperatures get hotter and your relative humidity gets lower. So main reason that this northeastern section has been our number one spot we've been looking at recently for the Dixie Fire. First off, it's the part of the fire that's been burning the hottest, but second off, it's the part of the fire that I would say, in my opinion, is creating the most cause for concern as of right now. You can see that we have a large amount of structures up to the northeast of this fire. And remember I said that the reason we've been having all this growth on the north and northeastern parts of the Dixie Fire is because the predominant wind direction during the afternoon hours is from the southwesterly direction. So that's going to continue to happen and will most likely continue to push the northeastern section farther to the northeast. So that is why that is the concern. You can see the large amount of structures up there. Again, we still have decent amount of time. There's maybe 8 to 10 miles between there, and I know CAL FIRE's putting
Who the heck is saying Quincy is on fire? It's a local power substation thing. Seems not to have been spreading at all.
Putting a lot of resources on this part of the fire to make sure they have some good lines in here. But we've seen...
Wildcat, Trinity, go ahead.
Yeah, the hose has been covered, and the runner has been on the road back to drop point 266 to get out, and then to 276 to meet that other approximately 15 ago.
East Communications copies. Thanks for the update.
You know how fast this fire can grow, so we will have to keep a very close eye on that, because it is, if we zoom in here, you'll actually be able to see the cities that are up to the northeast there that all those structures are. We have Susanville, Johnstonville, Janesville, and Buntingville. Now the good news for Susanville and Johnstonville is if we turn on fire history, you can see where the sheep fire was in 2020. So with that, it's removed a lot of the fuels in this area, and you can also reuse some of these containment lines, and you can see how when the Dixie fire came up to the sheep fire, basically just stopped in its tracks. There's almost no hot spots right around that area. Instead, it's just pushing up towards the north, and then the other half is pushing up to the east of that sheep fire. So that's good news for places like Susanville, because you're kind of guarded by that sheep fire, and it looks like it did burn out enough fuels for that to effectively diminish growth for the Dixie fire, but that does create it doesn't protect areas like Janesville or Buntingville, which you can see are not protected by that sheep fire. So I believe there was some words about new evacuation warnings throughout areas like Janesville. So again, I try to put all the links that I can in the description below. So if you live in any of these areas, be sure to stay updated with those local resources. So that's going to be the key area we're looking at throughout the course of this video. If we look at where the live hotspots are right now, you can, I'll turn fire history off so it's a little clearer. You can see that, again, that northeastern section is clearly the hottest burning part of the Dixie fire. It's looked like that for about the last 3 days. So that's definitely going to be the place that we continue to look at over the next few days. Now, when it comes to the Dixie fire, that is officially up over 500,000 acres, but we did get up to 30% containment there, so that's some good news, and that does put it at the second largest wildfire in the history of California. If we, first I'll just show some of those evacuation orders. Again, you can find the links for those in the description. Now this number is the same as when we looked at it last night, but I don't believe they've updated this web page since this morning. So you can see structures destroyed is at 1,045. So again, thoughts and prayers go out to everybody who has been affected by this wildfire, and we will take another close look at the damage assessment map to see where those structures that have been destroyed are, for the most part, looks like they're mostly in the Canyon Dam and the Greenville area, but a couple other destroyed structures scattered throughout the Dixie fire. So the good news on this fire is we still have a large amount of resources. We have 20 helicopters, 502 engines, 197 dozers, 204 water tenders, over 6,000 personnel, and 68 crews. So that's where you could find some good news on the Dixie fire. We do have a large amount of resources. Now, towards the northwestern part of the state, these are the fires that started on the 29th and the 30th because of lightning, smoldered for a few days, and then we had that really warm, dry system come in, and they basically just blew up over a 3-day period, and they've continued to grow ever since. Looks like McFarland is calmer than it has been over the last few days, but Monument and River certainly putting off a good amount of smoke, but not seeing those giant pyrocumulus clouds yet like we were seeing yesterday. We'll have to keep a close eye on those. And then Antelope looks like it's really relatively calm throughout the day as well. So we'll just quickly go over the numbers for those. Monument Fire is up to 62,000 acres and is still only at 3% containment. We're going to take a good look at this one because it does look like it's near some structures, and we'll want to track where those hotspots are. The River Complex is at 31,000 acres and 7% containment. The McFarland Fire is at 36,000 acres and 51% containment. And the Antelope Fire is at 44,000 acres and 24% containment. So lots of different fires to go over and lots of weather to go over as well. Just a little sneak peek. You can see that there's just a massive ridge over the entire west. Almost all of Washington is in that excessive heat warning, so that is bringing some warm, dry conditions to our area. But on the flip side, it's also bringing some weaker winds when compared to that red flag warning we had where it was 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The big question mark in the forecast is going to be these couple bursts of moisture that you see mixing in with the otherwise dry conditions over California. As those mix in, we will have the potential for some thunderstorms Thursday and Friday. So definitely going to be taking a very close look at all of these fires and a closer look at the updated numbers, but then also definitely diving into the full fire weather forecast to see how long these hot, dry conditions are going to last, where we're in the high 90s to triple digits and relative humidity in the teens, or even single digits in some cases, and then also how those thunderstorms may interact with our fires, and especially with the Dixie Fire. But first, I do want to jump over to the CAL FIRE page because I believe they're doing an update today. I'm hoping that it has less buffering than the one did yesterday. And not seeing it pop up yet. So let's go over here. This is how you can find these links. It's usually on the CAL FIRE website. It's usually pretty close to the top. You go to virtual community meeting, Facebook Live, and Zoom time to be determined on 8/11/2021. So they usually do it right at 7 o'clock, but it doesn't seem like that one started yet, but I don't want to miss it, so we do want to keep our eye on it. And yeah, I don't think that one's up yet, so we will keep our eye on that one. If anybody in the chat knows when that's going to start, we will jump back over and take a look at it, but it doesn't look like that has started yet. Just gonna load it one more time to be sure. Again, they usually do it right at 7. Check the other Facebook pages as well, just in case it's one of the other pages. So we go CAL FIRE Lassen. So this is where they're talking about it. Do you have questions for tomorrow night's virtual community meeting? Oh, it looks like it's at 7:30 tonight. All right, problem solved. So we will tune into that at 7:30. In the meantime, we can take a look at where the hotspots are burning on the Dixie Fire. So let's go to live right now and look at where those most recent hotspots are. So I see somebody ask, when can we go back to Chester? I almost purposely don't stay updated with all the different evacuation orders and warnings for a few reasons. One, because I put the links in the description, and I feel that it's always better for people to get that kind of information straight from the source. So because if there's a middleman, it opens up the door for confusion or error. And then two, because while most people are watch these videos live, a lot of people do watch it later. So I wouldn't want somebody to watch it later and then think that some evacuation order has been lifted when it's actually put it into place again. So usually I just put the links for any evacuation warnings in the description, and then we just go over more the fire itself and then also the fire weather forecast to see how the fire will be changing moving forward. Now, I also saw another comment here. Somebody mentioned the Glen Fire. So I actually haven't heard of the Glen Fire yet. So let's check out InstaWeb. I did see on Twitter that a number of new fires did start, but I figured I couldn't take on anything new because we already have so many big ones to cover, including the Dixie fire, the Monument fire, the McFarland fire, the River Complex. So it looks like CAL FIRE has it on their website. About 200 acres right now. We'll click in here. 200 acres, 0% contained. Looks like it started early this morning. So I wonder, I'd be interested to know how that started, and I'd also be interested to know if we can see some of the hot spots from it. Perhaps it's that hot spot right there. It's a little hard to tell. Yeah, they don't have the fire perimeter on that yet, so hard to dive into that one, but that one does look like it's at about 200 acres as of right now. And so I see the next live chat comment, were you able to go to the Dixie fire? We actually called off our deployment today because you maybe saw it in my forecast video this morning how much smoke was over Northern California. And the last time that we deployed to the Dixie fire, the morning hours looked a lot like that, where the entire Northern California was covered in smoke. And when we got up there, there was so much smoke that it was keeping the conditions much cooler, much calmer, and there was basically no fire behavior whatsoever. So we didn't want to make the long drive again and then have no fire behavior going on because of that thick smoke layer keeping the fire behavior calmer than normal. So we ended up calling it off, but we may end up deploying at any time over the next week. So I have my fire bag packed and I'll be ready to go just in case we do get the call. But I think that does lead in pretty well to kind of the big story that has been going on the Dixie fire today. Is early in the morning we had a large amount of smoke. Kind of predicted that one from last night because in last night's forecast there was huge pyrocumulus clouds coming off of the Dixie, the McFarland, the Monument, the River Complex, all kinds of smoke being produced. And with that high pressure system that we have over much of the west, that leads to some active fire behavior because you have temperatures up into the mid to high 90s and relative humidity in the low teens to single digits. So it's very hot and dry, which fuels wildfire. But with a big high pressure system like that, it also usually keeps your winds a little bit calmer than usual. So with those calm winds, it's not pushing that smoke all the way up into Oregon or into Nevada. It allows that smoke just to kind of sit there. And that's why if you're anywhere in Northern California, you probably notice some worse air quality throughout the day today. But again, that's also the reason we didn't deploy, because that smoke has the effect of keeping your conditions much cooler and calmer than they otherwise would have been. And I know I've said that a few times now, so I just want to see if that statement is actually justified. We can go and look at some of the observations around the area, probably something we should do in every video anyway, because it's good to know what kind of conditions we're actually seeing on the ground. So if we zoom on up to around the Dixie fire, we'll try to pick something on that northeastern section, because that's definitely the part of the fire that appears to be seeing the most activity. This one looks like it has wind values on it. So let's click in here and let's see if that smoke actually did moderate our temperatures. So looks like we got up to 92 degrees, which let's see what our forecast was supposed to be for. Hourly graphical forecast. You can see I have about 500 different weather links that we look at. So yeah, so temperature throughout the day today, it's actually a little hard to see it, but it was around a couple degrees cooler than we're expected to be tomorrow. Our forecast for today was, if I remember it right, it was 96 degrees, and you can see that we actually got up to 92. So looks like we did get some cooling from all that smoke that we had over the area, but I think the better thing to see is that the winds weren't all that strong, and that's what we were really counting on, because it's really winds that lead to those extreme fire days. If you have those gusts that are 35 miles per hour, that's when the fire really starts to take off. And you can see our gusts only got up to about 13 miles per hour today, which really isn't all that much. And interesting to see winds mostly from a westerly direction. Looks like we did get southwesterly between about 10 and 2 o'clock, but then almost shifted more northwesterly later in the day. So does look like we had some cooling because of that smoke and calmer winds as well. Relative humidity did drop into the low teens though, so that was expected. I'd say the observations today fit pretty well with the forecast. It was hot, dry with moderate winds, but we did get a little bit of moderation based on that smoke that we had throughout most of the day. So I haven't shown the thunderstorms yet, so we could check that out real quick, because that's going to be one of the big question marks moving forward. First, I'll just show why this is coming in. If we go back and look at predominant conditions over California over the next few days, will just be very hot and dry. You can see almost all of California in that very dry air, but then we're going to have a few little bunches of moisture popping through. Thursday and Friday is when it looks like we have some potential for some thunderstorm activity. So if we click in here, you can see no thunderstorms this afternoon, so that was good news, I'd say. But as we get into, we'll start it at 11 a.m. Thursday. If we go to 2 p.m. Thursday, you can see those thunderstorms start to pop up, and then as we get into 5 p.m. Thursday, even more, and almost directly over the Dixie fire. It looks like they're expecting some strong thunderstorms up near that northern edge of the Dixie fire, which we're certainly going to have to watch, because there are a lot of hot spots up on that northern edge. So if you mix those hot spots with some gusty, erratic winds from some thunderstorms, that can lead to some very erratic, rapid fire spread. But it does look like those thunderstorms are also expected on the northeastern section of the Dixie fire. So again, thunderstorms are always a big question mark when it comes to wildfire. It can either bring some gusty, erratic winds and possibly some lightning, or it could bring some cloud cover and some moisture, and as we saw that one time on the Dixie fire, even some rain as well. Now, looking at this system, I would say at first glance, it doesn't look like there's that much moisture in it, so I would predict, as of right now, it doesn't look like we're going to be getting rainfall with it. More likely to just be getting that those gusty winds. But I'd also say it doesn't look like as strong of a system as that first round that came through. When that first round came through, it was literally monsoonal moisture just funneling up from Arizona for like 2 days straight. And here it's more just kind of patchy moisture coming in and out here and there, but it's not just a funnel of monsoonal moisture from Arizona. So while I think it's going to be not the best because it looks like there's less of a rain chance than the second round of thunderstorms, I'd also say it doesn't look as powerful as that first round. So that it should be a hopefully moderate system. But again, thunderstorms are always one of the things that the models are the worst at predicting, especially where and when they're going to come in. Or when, you pretty much know it's usually around 2 to 8 p.m. But where is always kind of a question mark when it comes to thunderstorms. Now, there is some possibility on Friday as well with some of that lingering moisture. Looks like it's more on the western side of where the Dixie fire is. We'll have to keep an eye on the Antelope fire as well, because looks like there's some thunderstorm possibility up there. And again, big thing that I'm going to be looking at is if there's going to be any lightning starts, because all of those fires on the northwestern part of California, the McFarland, Monument, River Complex, Antelope, I believe all of those started on lightning from that last big storm we had on the 29th and the 30th. So certainly crossing my fingers, hoping we don't get any new wildfires. I'd say it's safe to say that we have enough wildfires going on as it is. So just looking at the Dixie fire, it behaved throughout most of the day today how we were thinking, with the smoke keeping the conditions down. We did see some of those cooling effects and more moderate winds throughout the day today, but we do have that large pyrocumulus cloud popping up over the last hour. Right about there, you can see a large pyrocumulus cloud coming up, and it's interesting to see that that smoke is mostly traveling up towards the northwest, because when we were looking at the observations, it was saying the winds were from the northwest, which should be pushing the smoke down this way. So that maybe tells you that there's different winds on the surface and aloft. You get this shear. Actually, you can kind of see that. If you look really closely, you can see some of that lower level smoke is traveling almost down to the southeast with those northwesterly winds, and the upper level smoke is traveling up towards the northwest. So that's interesting. I didn't notice that before. You can really see the shear right there, where lower level is going in one direction, upper level is going in another direction. So I don't know too much about shear. It's not one thing I've really looked into that much. I'm pretty sure it's bad for hurricanes, but I'll have to look into it in the future about how wind shear affects wildfires. I would imagine it leads to more gusty, erratic winds at the surface than if it was all just blowing in the same direction. Be interested to know if anybody has any insight on that in the live chat, and I'll maybe take a second to look at the live chat because I haven't really looked at it throughout the course of this video.
Okay, I'm sorry, but if I realize this is 2 hours and 37 minutes long, so he does like 2-3 hour updates per day, but he wasn't reading from script, and his pleasant voice was putting me right to sleep. So sorry about the robot voice. My headphones needed a charge, and I was looking at the mess of cords that my regular desktop mic was tangled up in, and I'm really deliriously tired, so I decided to mess around with the robot voice. And at first it was pretty funny. I'm sorry that it got tiresome. I just want to set this up before I sleep. And so we were trying to read the indictment for the guy, but with radio at the same time, that wasn't really working either. I muted the radio just in order to figure out what's going to go on, and I have to admit that with his voice like that, I kept spacing out. And we'll just have to figure out what tomorrow brings. The thunderstorms and such might be here by tomorrow afternoon. I think we should, since it's hard to track those things, I mean, we could try windy like he was. That's Indian Ridge right now. We're going to look back at Oregon House because of the new stupid fire as of this afternoon. What I find interesting, guys, is there was a Frenchtown fire in the same area just like a week and a half ago, wasn't it? I had one of my streams called the Frenchtown Fire, and that's by where this is Dobbins Challenge, Oregon House, Forbes-town, just south of Lake Oroville. Why are they fires starting at like exactly the same place? Is that coincidence? Like, why did the Paradise Fire and the Dixie Fire start in exactly the same place? Is that the same rickety power lines? I don't even know what started the Frenchtown Fire. Did they figure it out? I know they contained and put it out, but we just got reports of power lines down off of LaPorte Road. Either the fire chewed through the power lines and threw them down, or did the power lines start? Because that is exactly the same place where my friend died too, by Loma, Rica. We know that in 2017, the rickety power lines went down at that point, 1 year before Paradise. I'm seeing patterns here that might connect once they finish, their investigative conclusions, but it would make sense if we have repeat power line failures in the same spots, because that's where they neglected maintenance the most, or that's where power lines got damaged the most. They have been screwing up for a long time. They start a fire on average of once a day. That's New York Times article. They've started more than 1,500 fires since what date? 2014 or 2016, and I can't remember. So I'm just what we're going to do is we're going to see more PG&E fires this season. You guys want to bet $50,000? I tried to get somebody to bet that. Of course, I don't have that to bet, but it came true with the Zog fire when I was covering Napa last year. And this thing where they were, and I'm going to go back to the Cam's Organ House right now. There's at least 10% containment. We saw an amazing, awesome aircraft response today. And so hopefully they work through the night. If you can contain a fire by noon the next day, before the heat rises and humidity drops, that is the best chance you have with a fire. You will have no better window of opportunity. Presumably, they're going to go over there and they're going to work through the night, and at dawn or whenever they can put aircraft back in the air. Beale is going to have launches. I don't know if they're from or coming out of Reading again. I don't know if they have retardant over at McClellan, but wherever, they're going to slam it again. But we were seeing 4 helicopters dumping at the same time. And then back-to-back tanker drops, like in precision formation, almost like air traffic control putting aircraft right behind each other at a busy airport like O'Hare. That was incredibly dangerous, but incredibly impressive. And they lost a lot of the visibility in the smoke, so yeah, exactly. We have to remove this power company. There has to be a line at how many billions and trillions of dollars of lives taken, environmental disaster, towns erased. They've erased towns off the map, guys. We just lost a bunch. We just lost Rich Bar Canyon Dam in Greenville, and we nearly lost Eleanor West. We nearly lost Chester. We nearly lost every single major population center of Plumas County. Did you guys know that? We almost lost every single one of them. It's hanging on by the skin of their teeth, and we may be losing more. Hell, we may lose Susanville and Janesville over there, and it's going up towards Drake's Bad. It's going towards Shasta county line. They even put Concow on alert. You know, people north of Sterling City were on alert. We may lose Mineral. We did lose, we don't forget Indian Falls we lost as well. Nearly lost Belden, skin of their teeth. They burned down Santa Rosa at least once. They've burned down Bangor and Loma Rica. They started the Zog fire as well and killed people there. They were pleading guilty to killing people, but there's no jail time because there's no law that says there can be, and so we need to change that. They just kind of go, whoopsie. And they raise the rates on power customers in order to pay out the victims that they kill, so their stock never really gets affected. The millionaires with their own planes that can fly out of the smoke, they don't get affected. They go, what a bunch of scrubs. What a bunch of lower class plebeians. You know, we're going to go to Hawaii where there's no smoke. You know, that's what they can do. They can hop on their Global Bombardier 6000s and take off, or choose between their different colored ones. They might have different colored planes for different days of the week. You know, this we're talking about. We're nothing to them. California's nothing to them. It's time for a big change, and we have to get rid of everybody in the way of that change, or we won't have change. And it's starting with the governor, who has protected them, bailed them out, limited their liability to pay the victims. I know homeless victims still from the Paradise Fire everywhere in the valley. So many things burned up in so many homes that the cost of rent is causing people, like elderly people, to be shoved out onto the street. There are 80-year-old elderly people getting evicted because they can't afford the rising costs of rent because all the housing is burning up in the region. And they can't just rebuild it real quick. They've got to remove 3 feet of the topsoil under huge, hundreds of square acres where so many cars and buildings burned up and polluted the landscape that there's toxic dioxins from burned plastic in the soil, just like Love Canal. If they didn't get rid of the top 3 feet of the topsoil around Paradise, then if you let your kid play in the garden, if you ate the food out of your garden, the kid would develop cancer like in Love Canal. No, you could have a dog and it would suddenly just one day be sick and die and riddled of cancer just from playing around on the yard, breathing in the dust, going down the dirt roads. So they'll never be able to get it all. All of that's running off into the farmlands of California. It's going to poison and kill people for a long time. But that's nothing new to them. PG&E poisoned the well water and groundwater with some of their toxic chemicals in the 70s. See, the Aaron Brockovich movie was a true story. They should have been stopped in the 70s. They keep going and they keep going. They pocket the money and hand it to their shareholders. All the money that goes to maintenance and vegetation trimming that they're legally obligated to do. I mean, power companies are supposed to trim vegetation back away from their lines. They're supposed to replace high-tension power poles. The high-tension big ones, like the ones that started the Paradise Fire, every 25 years, but with good inspection, they can go 35 before mandatorily they're supposed to be replaced by the state law. So why in the heck did 94-year-old power equipment that was probably still made when Nikola Tesla kind of designed it, perhaps, pre-World War I, why was that stuff failing? Because why was it active? And so the Dixie Fire started at almost exactly the same spot that the Paradise Fire started in November 2018. And this is nothing. This is nothing. This is during low humidity but low winds. We saw the spread of, because of this drought, we saw the spread being more than 50 acres per minute, 1,000 acres per hour, live on my stream, marching 19 miles past Chester. Chester only got saved by the wind not blowing its direction that night. We saw live the erasure of Canyon Dam, and Greenville happened right after I went to bed. But I'm sad. I'm so sick of watching towns disappear live on my stream year after year, and half of California burning up and much of the landscape. I'm so sick of hearing live of firefighter injuries. We had another one tonight where somebody had a 6-inch gash underneath their armpit. Somebody here had a heart attack. 76 years old tonight on my stream. They tried to life flight him somewhere. They can't because of the smoke. Truckee plane crash, too much smoke. They just crashed and nosedived into the ground with 6 people on board last week. There have been fatalities, indirect, and there will be by the time that this is over. I'm having nightmares of the very real possibility that fire crews, entire crews of 20, might just go and die here because of these fire tornadoes and such. They almost got trapped at Canyon Dam. One day we're going to hear the radio, we're going to hear a Mayday call and hear that live. If this doesn't stop. And so this is what enrages me. So I'm going to put back on the radio and leave the night shift up to you guys. There's a lot of people here at PTSD. Remember, be nice and gentle with each other, guys.
30.
Nice and gentle. Does anybody have any questions before I go to sleep? I'm not sure which thing I should leave it on. The Dire Mountain cam rotates a lot. So I'm wondering about this one. What do you guys think? But that's why we don't entertain speculation about maybe PGE isn't that bad. You got to do a little more research. ABC 10 has done an expose. I can't wait to watch it. I haven't had time. I'm covering the fires that PG&E keep started, so I don't have time to myself. Yeah, peace and love to you here. Thank you, DCO. We're glad to have you. Thanks for sharing the links. What guys do you want me to look at? Thank you so much, everyone who's donated to keep the channel alive, all the mods volunteering, all the people in chat, the helpful links. I can't thank you enough. Yeah, thank you guys. I can't do it without you. I really mean that. Someone asked about Westwood. Don't worry about. I don't think that place is immediately in danger. North of it, though, you'll see flames on the camera when it switches to the north. And pretty big ones at that. They're firing the 821. Let me see if it'll show you guys that first before we go to bed. What you shouldn't be worried about. You should only worry about it if it goes marching east. If it's going towards the west, they're trying to steer it that direction, west away from the 821, which is the north route out of town. Oh, thank you, Nick Van Sickle, for the donation. Thank you so much. I don't work these days. I just man my station. And if it's going to be a long haul like it is, Last year I did not accept donations. I said give it all to the victims, but I just hurt myself because I spent 31 days straight at the computer and realized I lost a month of my income, 1/12 of my yearly income last year. Yikes. Do the math for how that would affect you. Please understand I do need some pocket change, but after, of course, you donated to the people who need it more than me. I never liked fire. I kind of hate it. It's really primitive. It's so Stone Age. Backdraft terrified me as a kid. Hell no, I don't want to be even looking at fire, but it's here. And we can either do something about it and problem solve ways to minimize it, get back to normal. And no, it's not a new normal. What a stupid term. This is a new abnormal that we can solve. Mostly the result of the power company that is causing so many fires that we can't respond to the normal ones. We have 25% of the country's fire resources on this fire. There's nobody else to send to the other ones when lightning strikes. This is a problem. The biggest fires ever merged together like last year. California's biggest fire, the LNU, we watched it live. As they were trying to get a handle on it, PG&E starts the Zog fire and kills people. Deja vu. Tamarack fire starts with lightning. Too many people on Dixie fire. They never even staffed the southwest portion of it, which is still burning. Lightning strikes last Friday, all over the western area. McFarland's and such was real small, so was the Forks of Salmon complex and the monument. They didn't have the resources to pull over there, not enough. Told people at the Forks of Salmon, why don't you guys fend for yourselves? We're sorry, we have nobody to save your structures. Call 911, there's nobody to respond. We sent crews to the Dixie. More lightning's in the forecast. We'll see what everything brings, but this is a nightmare that'll go on for a long time. And we can't have extra fires anymore. We gotta recall that governor. He's not a Democrat, he's not a politician, he's a criminal masquerading as one, in my book. He doesn't put the hammer down, even though he says that he will, on PG&E. He protects them. He limited the company's liability when the victims were going to get payouts. Now they get nothing. Many of them get nothing. PG&E owes them a town back. PG&E needs to rebuild Paradise on its dime because they destroyed it. What about Pence? What about Concow? What about Polga? What about Helltown? What about Irishtown? What about Centerville? There's a lot more than Paradise that burned up there. What about Magalia? What is that, 6 towns already that they erased? And then what about Bangor? What about Loma Rica? Why is it on fire again right now? What about Santa Rosa? Did you manage to burn it down twice? I think they did. Although I don't know what exactly caused things. What happened with the Tubbs fire that you weaseled out of? There seems to have been a power surge. What about that? There's too many fires to name. They caused California's largest and most expensive wildfires ever, directly and indirectly. Do a little bit of research and you're going to be shocked, but don't cry, because it means we can directly change this if we take down this stupid company. It needs to be a public utility because there's no way that a private company would ever take up the reins. They look at the incredible amount of deferred maintenance and it costs trillions to rebuild California's electric grid, which they really haven't maintained for at least 40 years. There's no private company going to take that up. There's no room for profit at all. Only if you can raise rates on victims and continue to neglect, really. So that we assume that's probably what they'll just continue to do. We will see more of this every single year. We've been seeing it for so long. It's time to end it. So, not to mention that Newsom cut the fire budget by $150 million last year, according to NPR and Cap Radio's investigations. And he says he increased it by $500 million. That's a big discrepancy. That's a big discrepancy. So that kind of person is enabling a corporation to keep murdering across the landscape. we will have more deaths. The sooner we wake up and act, the better. So we don't get political. We don't blame parties. Parties are not responsible. Left and right are not responsible. We have been distracted for too long, and disunited, we don't get change. But united, we do. So let's roll up our sleeves and be Americans again, because we're at war. Pearl Harbor has just happened again, guys. The Pearl Harbor of fires. We're at war. Shut up your bickering. We unite and we win. Fire is a great enemy, but ultimately we win. So how many we have in the future depends on us. We wouldn't need bigger budgets and bigger taxes and bigger disasters if we could use almost the same resources we have if we just had to respond to the same old lightning fires that we did before. We don't have these horrible ones happening during red flag conditions. The future looks brighter, but we have to reach for it and grab it. It's wishing and hoping won't make any change happen, but we got options. So this is a facts-only resource on the fires, where I don't tell you anything but the straight dope. You can verify everything I've said. We can't solve anything if we just kind of are asleep about what the ignition sources are. They start a fire once a day on average. How many days will that be red flag and disasters in an epic drought? That was cute when we weren't in an epic drought, but now we are. It's no longer cute. This huge fire has been happening with 35-mile-an-hour wind gust days. What happens when the Santa Ana wind comes? There's 75 and 95-mile-an-hour winds. Paradise burned down in wet winter. We ain't seen nothing yet. What happens in hot, fierce wind conditions like we had September 9th or September 10th when Labor Day was? That was last year, guys. We can't forget. We race against time against the next big windstorm. This is a marathon. 5 p.m. tomorrow? Thunderstorms come in. We better rest up tonight because it might be a big day tomorrow. So hopefully optimistic. Maybe it'll bring a little rain, but if it's lightning, we gotta hold on to our butts. Prepare for the worst though, and you're not gonna get a nasty surprise. You'll get a pleasant surprise if the worst doesn't happen, so that's what I'm here for. Rain is the only thing that's really gonna help us. We've kind of reached our limit. For what we can do humanly possible, we can't blame any of the troopers on the ground. They pulled miracles out of their hats again. Last night, holding the lines was a miracle. If they do it today and tonight, that'll be a miracle. But we gotta do better than that. We gotta make fire lines before we need them. A lot of things like that super help. Just like Holt was pointing out, the fire stopped at the sheep burn scar, where they had good fire lines. Well, why don't we make them before the fires? We got a lot of good, simple solutions here that don't cost much. We have a better future to look forward to. If we brainstorm, problem solve, we're gonna get it. Brainstorm, problem solve, get solutions, demand them, and that's it. Take action. We don't have to cry in our beers or say everything's gonna be worse. Well, yeah, if we sit by. Why are we gonna sit by? Nah, I'm not. I'm not. So, why in the world are you guys talking about adult content in the chat? Any more of that, I shut it down for the night, guys. This is a place where 8-year-olds come on in. This is where I had a 101-year-old lady listening, and I'd like her to be able to keep listening. All should be welcome here and be able to listen 24 hours a day. Nobody should be turning off this channel because of some weird-ass comments, divisive crap, threats, BS, fights, adult crap. So, we can only talk about facts, not imagined motivations of groups or people. We can talk about facts. That's about it. So, yeah. How is all this stuff legal to begin with? I don't know. So, who the hell was talking about that subject? You're banned. You do not suggest that I engage in that kind of material. Do you want to be banned right now? I don't take that lightly. I'll think about reinstatement. For the night, though? I don't know about that. I'll think, well, I can't trust that kind of topic won't come up during the night. We'll reconsider that. I'm dead serious, guys. This channel goes offline, people lose the one question and answer thing that they have here. That kind of talk leads to more talk about adult content. I already banned somebody else today. You will get my channel banned. No F-bombs, no crap like that. Zero tolerance. Now, I'll think about things tomorrow, but I just can't have that kind of stuff going on in the middle of the night. If you missed it, that's okay. That's okay. It's got to be, I have to be confident, guys, that there's not going to be another bad night. We're just going to support each other. It's not a perma-ban. Just think about your actions, okay? But I'm starting to lose my patience for the amount of stuff I got to do with this. It's got to stay supportive. We are a good, supportive, family-oriented, everybody welcome, all-inclusive, reassuring place. I hope not. I really hope not. But how am I to know? That encourages other people to make comments about me. I'm not taking personal disrespect. I'm not even on the topic anymore, guys. But when the subject comes up that invites more comments about me and my ethics, things like that, this isn't about me. This is about grooming. This is about grooming a good protective channel here where people feel safe. People gotta feel safe. So any kind of disruption, we just can't have it. That's it. Write me a letter or something if I'm wrong. But you want to make me see red? You tell me. You tell me what I can do to make money, okay? You think I haven't heard that before? There's some ways you don't talk to women. So going back here. This is the Oregon House time lapse of the last 6 hours. And I'm hoping that they get a handle on this. Yeah, this is only the middle of August. Well, we have to say might be, Chris Jones. Might be. We can't predict doom. We can also, but we can admit that the state's vulnerable, extremely vulnerable, and we might suffer great loss by November. I mean, that is a reality, but we got to carefully word it so it's not depression talk, but just like grim reminder of reality. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know what way that was intended, but I know that I can't sleep if I think chat's falling apart and going to adult content. You know. So I looked over and saw that. I'm glad I did. But you know, you guys, I stay up at night because of what happened before, worrying that people can get their answers. It became a clown party where people came in and mods were arguing, and people were making jokes and cracking jokes when people have suffered loss. Their livestock, they're getting phone calls like, I found your horse. Can we euthanize it? What about my horse? You don't want to know, but can we euthanize it? You know? This is the kind of heartbreaking stuff. Somebody came in here and they lost 7 different properties. The fire's that big. So, we're not gonna be joking like that about people's towns becoming, you know, this is just a warning. Guys, regulate. Is the smoke reaching the East Coast? Absolutely it is. We're seeing massive, massive pollution. You can barely see the Statue of Liberty. There's more CO2 pollution and not nitrous oxide, ozone pollution than, just look at Windy. Yeah, just, you go to Windy and you go to air quality right now, nitrous oxide pollution. It's hell on people's lungs. Huge greenhouse gas too. Parts per million, hell on people's lungs, causes dementia, heart attacks, and strokes. Every time these wildfires go in an area, they see a rise in heart attacks and strokes. Aerosol pollutions, another huge greenhouse gas, makes the sky turn weird colors like green, yellow, and pink. Ozone layer, that's a layer, but we need to go to surface ozone and CO2. So where's the rest of that stuff up there? Excuse me, I gotta refresh. In fact, actually just hit that button. You go to more layers. Let's look at CO2. So here's surface ozone, by the way. And it was all over the Dixie, but surface ozone blows away quickly. And so, sorry, it was a dark red spot. Here's CO2. So poor Montana. This is more CO2 than like anywhere. It's out competing. There are millions and millions and millions of cars and people and industry like in LA. This is California's biggest emissions are these wildfires. So why in the hell does this arrogant governor, does he think we're stupid? Talk about CO2 causing global warming. Oh my God, it's causing the wildfires. No, the wildfires are causing it. And you're helping the wildfires happen again and again. You son of a biscuit. Anything to deflect you from the reality. So why are we trying to cut carbon if we allow that to happen? Plus all the deforestation, how are these trees going to convert carbon to oxygen? You know, when you go up to Plumas County, you go, and you have this beautiful inhalation of the freshest air you could ever breathe. Tahoe, freshest air you can ever breathe, and now it's the world's most toxic. And here's sulfur dioxide pollution. Now, some of it went to LA. In fact, LA wasn't producing a lot of that CO2. The winds blew towards LA today. The whole valley fills up. So we can't even blame LA for a lot of that pollution. In fact, it was different the other day. But this is absolutely hell on earth, affecting the rest of the globe. Part of it was the fires of BC, but all the CO2 and pollution from the fires went to New York, and now you can't see anything in New York. It blew over there. That's us. That's our fires. The jet stream took it over there. It's absolutely insane. Parts per billions and stuff. So I hope this gives us a better idea what's happening here. And these forests won't go back and convert CO2 to oxygen again for more than 40 years. Now, this is a crisis. So, and it's going to continue year after year as long as this murder company is allowed to exist. But hopefully the rest of the world will wake up to this. And I'll make documentaries until they do, but ABC 10 is beating me, and I'm glad. I'm glad others are starting to wake up to it. Surface ozone, you got all kinds of things like this. Now, what I want to look at, I'm off that subject. What I want to look at is weather radar, and isn't there a thunderstorms button? And then we get to see a prediction. Yeah, it's Thursday already, guys. You get to see a prediction for bands of moisture. I am so sick of the word monsoonal. Does anybody else want to pick up that word and throw it in the trash? That has to do with the Himalayas. Stop talking like America has the Himalayas. You know, why did that become a buzzword this year? It's from the Gulf of Mexico, not the monsoons are caused by Himalayas and stuff. Come on. Anyway, but there's new buzzwords and stuff. Remember when everybody was saying stuff like Brangelina? I hope that's a fad. Mixing names together. So by Monday, it's hanging out down there. But what was today's afternoon thunderstorms?
Branch 9, branch 16.
I don't even see anything. Over here. There we go. It goes by too fast. So let's just back it up. Over here, predicted tomorrow noon to 1. If there's any rain, It won't matter.
How's that stuff taken back there? Really good.
But it may.
On the road that's parallel, fine, in between the two, and doing good.
But it may bring lightning. It may bring lightning.
Okay, I'll let you guys know when we hit the bridge. We're working our way out.
We don't actually know how the planet's affected by these things. We don't even have to. I'm just going to call it very bad and not spend another time focusing on that, because it's not something we can change. We can change it if we start, changing it. You don't focus on the problem. That's looking down, and you drag your feet, you feel like crap, and you drink or something. You actually look up at the solutions, and then you can actually reach for them. That's the best way to deal with any kind of stress. You don't focus on the problem. John Lennon wisdom. I tell people there's no problems, only solutions. Watching the wheels. Listen to that song. It's true. And he learned that in India, where there's a different attitude taught, by the mystics. There are no problems, there's only solutions to pick from. Right? There's no good or bad, the mind makes it so. Shakespearean wisdom is too. It's universal. So don't look at your problems, just look at the solutions and then pick one. It'll brighten you, give you more energy. And when you feel angry, use it for good. Just harness that and use it for good. Karen, it's more than 500,000 acres now. It just grows all the time. It's California's largest wildfire ever with a single ignition source. There's only one been greater, period. That was last year. And that was over. Yeah, it's a beautiful song. It's cool. He was killed after that. Like right after recording that. Rest in peace. But he left us with a lot of beauty and a lot to think about. He wasn't a perfect person, but helped change the world, right? Just with talking and music. Pen's mightier than the sword. Influenced a lot of people and a lot of the world. So we have power, guys. We do. And what we need is a decider. We do, Morris. Real leadership instead of politicians. I would love to see a fire, somebody in fire. A lot of these guys are good at the podium who speak. One of these guys run for governor. Like, dang, everybody vote. Don't even care. Just be an independent. I don't even care what party you're about. Just endorse somebody who has a general's mind and fire experience, and will get job done without any sort of crap in the way and cut the red tape. There needs to be a fire czar too. And there's a lot that could go on. Why do we have a drug czar and not a fire czar? You ever think about that? So let's see here. We do, though. We need leadership and not political crap. We put down everything, because this is our Pearl Harbor for fire again and again. And unite and just pick the problem. We can go back to bickering later. Sure. But you fight together on this hill or we die on this hill. We can't lose the landscape. This is hell. What are these camps? Like, we can't even see. The world's freshest air became the world's worst. We can't even see in the distance. We have people crashing planes. This fire's already taken lives. Someone had a heart attack tonight, 76 years old, heart, chest pains, need a life flight. Sorry, can't smoke. The dispatcher's heart, you could just hear her in her voice, that pain. It's unfair. I don't want to see any firefighters go into critical condition again like we did the other day, but I'm so scared for them. We almost lost a crew of 20 at Canyon Dan, it seems like. I'm so scared for them. But the best thing we can do here is support each other. These are scary times. Fire will be over just like it was last year, some way or another. And we can make we can minimize the damage of the ones in the future. We just got to reach for it. There's all kinds of things to do. So here we go. Yeah, we don't need to start any really sort of a debate other than we know that there's a big question mark about if we change the planet too much and harm it too much, we'll get a bad reaction. It's just like a garden. Do you let the weeds grow up, and do you let predator animals eat everything, or do you tend it and protect it? That's when you get good, clean, edible food. It's just cause and effect. You garbage in, you get garbage out. Good effort in, you get good results. I don't think you got to think about it too hard. But going back to this, I think we should stick with the FLIR. Don't worry too much when the camera pans north. They're going to fire the A-21 to the west, and that's because it's looking bright there. They got good conditions over there. It's been so remarkably quiet. They're even trying to take back some territory northeast of Taylorsville up in the mountains. If they can pull off a miracle and get it stopped at Antelope Lake or before Antelope Lake, and if they can stop it up there and push it back, which would be a miracle, then Janesville and Susanville still have some hope. But if there's a hard battle on the west side, Warner Valley will continue to be, and Drakesbad will continue to be at extreme risk. But they felt comfortable enough to man the stations at Drakesbad. I'm still terrified, too, for Yuba County. Let's see, where's the Oregon House camera? But they slammed it with so much aircraft, I think they'll do it at dawn again. Let's look at the current conditions. But the cool thing is that if the fire goes north, and it kind of goes north, kind of goes east, it'll run back into the lines that they had last year to protect those communities, and they barely did. Barely managed it too. They did pull off a miracle. Forbestown and the like. So they can dust off and recycle some of and make use of some of their pre-made lines. I don't know how many are still good, but gosh, that was just a year ago. Most of them should be. Look at all the aircraft that slammed this today. We were watching that live, and it was real cool. They had some precision flying. It was acrobatic. Biden should be handing all of these guys medals at the White House, because that's some of the most dangerous but elegant flying I've ever seen. 4 different helicopters working the scene in a circular pattern, while we saw coming in basically a straight line, back-to-back tanker drops, with lead planes and scout planes darting out about in front of them. That was some kind of coordination and poor visibility. That was stellar. I mean, holy crap. There should be some silver stars pinned on some chests here, because this is like flying in a war zone. They could crash easily. They're pushing the limits on their planes. They're basically scraping almost scraping the bellies of DC-10s. It's absolutely amazing. KCRA had some of the coolest footage that we've ever seen. We watched some of it live. If you missed it, KCRA's Facebook page was live with a helicopter. It was such amazing footage. It was cinematic quality of the DC-10s coming in and out of the, so this is current conditions, by the way. Die down, sucker. It's less fierce than it was earlier. Lie down, sucker. We'll see what tomorrow brings here. But, yeah, do check that out. Oh, yeah, mental health care. If we had a lot more of that, there's always somebody who notices something dangerously odd about somebody else. In the past, they reported it. People were arrested. They got psychoanalyzed. They were watched for a bit. A lot of times they shouted threats and stuff right immediately. And then in order to get out of the mental hospital, you had to prove you were safe to society. And so we never had mass shootings, really, in the past. And we didn't have arson sprees like that in the past. Generally, the people were caught. And making a false report was, of course, always a really serious thing. But after the early 80s, we let people out that never even could make it on their own. 75% of the homeless are that way because they're mentally ill. They can't even balance a checkbook because they're hearing voices shouting different numbers at them at the same time. You know, this is cruel. The homeless situation is cruel, and it's costing society more to not treat mental illness than it is to toss them to the wolves. And, you know, like, really, are people severely mentally ill supposed to be in charge of their own medication, and can they afford it? Come on. We need to go back to that era. Somebody always knows. And it's about time we realized that telling people that can't pull themselves up by their bootstraps is completely ridiculous. It costs more to let mentally ill people be homeless and go into the ER all the time for every little thing that happens. Count the beans, even if you're a cold-hearted calculator. It costs society less money in dollars to, like, give them tiny homes and or put them in humane facilities. So David, you're a mod and you're breaking the rules about blaming groups and getting political and stuff. I said only the only people you can name, like in politics, are take shots all you want at Newsom. We start there. So we don't blame checkbook. Yeah, there's a lot of people that can't. A lot of people are homeless because they can't balance their checkbook. They're mentally incapable of it. They're mostly mentally ill. They're hearing voices and stuff. Like I worked with very briefly with some of the homeless, trying to show them, they get kicked out for late payments of rent or missed rent, and I try to say, here's how you balance your checkbook, and they couldn't even grasp it. Adults that looking over my shoulder, hearing voices and laughing. What are you laughing at? I look over my own shoulder, there's nobody there, and then they go, sorry, and look down. I hand them a pen, and then they just while they're trying to do the task. It was just sad. A lot of them are just not capable. But you have to have that as an essential skill to live on your own and be employed and be housed. And so telling somebody, get off drugs, clean up, shave your beard, cut your hair, and get a job, like, really? 75% of the homeless are severely mentally ill. And many are homeless vets because they have PTSD, which is part of mental illness. No veteran should be homeless. So what is the cost of that being cold? Well, greater in dollars. So if you have a heart, you want to solve this, and if you don't, but if you are fiscally responsible, you want to solve that. We have arsonists running around starting fires when somebody watched us, somebody at the university watched the professor go down. Come on, probably most of the students. There's probably going to come out of the woodwork dozens of people that have tried to raise concerns, but law enforcement can't actually act on them. You can hire, if somebody says so-and-so is threatening to shoot up a school, you can only actually hold them for 24 hours. There's no money to get somebody evaluated anymore. That doesn't work anymore. It's defunded. Police release all the time dangerous people in holding. They're just totally nuts. They can do 24 hours. That's it. That's got to change. So, yeah, good night, Heather. But going back here, let's see here. Guys, somebody making fun of somebody. Alright, guys, I'm going to shut down the stream if mods fight each other. Cannot tell you. This place has to be a place of safety.
Branch 16.
Right. I'm going to look at chat for a bit.
Out in front of your sources. Yeah, front of him up here meeting with Romeo. He's going to start bringing fire out. Back on the pavement. Copy.
Looking back, I'm going to prune the tree a little bit of disruptors. Yeah, I missed the Plumas hair too. Exactly, Jan. Our trees can't make oxygen if there ain't any left. Trees actually make rainfall too. They're every night their vapor evaporates a bit and causes moisture to go into the air. That's why the Amazon rainforest produces not just oxygen, but a lot of the actual cloud cover and rainfall. Every night, plants they don't produce oxygen all the time. Mostly happens at night. They photosynthesize during the day, and the nighttime process happens. I'm no botanist at all, but know nothing about plants really. But at night, that's when they do the oxygen thing. There was a guy who did an experiment. He locked himself in a glass room full of plants and trying to figure out if they would convert his own CO2 breath into oxygen, and he could live in there like the shrimp in that little contained, glass globe that you can buy. It's a self-contained ecosystem if you put it in a window. And boy, was he struggling to breathe and slapping the walls, help me, get me out, because he forgot that trees mostly do the oxygenation thing at night. And he was there in the daytime. Yeah, it's a complicated process. Yeah, I can ban trolls anytime. Yeah. I don't take it too personal, but I don't have to take any crap. I'm protecting mostly the people in chat, the traumatized people. They come in, they see an argument, or they see a party, they see adult content, they go. There's one chance to make a first impression. I am starting to be suggested amongst the big name pros for resources on the fire, and I'm scared that I'm going to get another new group of 20,000 in here, like happened last week, and they're going to see a S show. And I'll be the laughing stock too. More than that, though, I will not have completed my goals. Here, guys, come back. I made it better. Yeah. So, let's go back here. So, is Mark Field's idea one of the people here that is like running for stuff? So, oh, Heather was saying goodnight to the channel. Didn't realize you're behind. Yeah, hit the live button if you ever rewind stuff. I'm hoping for a good night. You realize that I am absolutely on edge for the region. The day I was offline, it hit me like Greenville was a shock, and then it hit me a bit later, and I wept like a baby. I had to compose myself to come back. There's something about being live and covering stuff. We like have this composure, and there's like an unreality factor. You just do what you've been doing, which is describe things for people, and then it's like walking off the stage and feeling your real emotions. And yeah, a shell like for those types of people, I don't think that we even have to address that. You can, just kind of get rid of disruptors by this point. The more people that come in, the more that we've got to be a bit more aggressive with the pruning, more chaos ensues. So, activists, hey, welcome back. One thing I learned spending this past year at California State Capitol is there's no money in solving problems. It's up to citizens to be there for your neighbors and families. Absolutely. The corruption system is hard to conquer. Mostly we can absolutely take care of ourselves. You can masticate your own property, and just like my dad did. I kept starting the example of my dad. So we didn't know about rural living. We just knew fire danger was a real thing, and my dad was smart enough to realize we're at the top of a hill, which is where fire goes uphill. Extra vulnerable. It's a dead end. There's only one way out. It's a dirt road, and it would take us 25 minutes to get to pavement. And then on the one paved road, it would take us another 15 to 20 minute drive on a good day to reach a highway. And then that highway was the only main road in the region. There's not good roads out here in the foothills and the mountains. It's too difficult to make too many. A lot of them are the same mule trails that the pioneers started, and they put them on top of Indian pathways because where the Indians went, I think that was an eagle in front of the cam. Wow.
Visual medic 5 available, South County.
I think we just saw an eagle.
Medic 50112.
And so that was super vulnerable. And even hauling down the road, that's hard to get out of. Guys, it's 112. All right, summary of my story. He invited the local fire department guys to a big banquet, barbecue. Said, guys, how do I groom my property to live, shelter in place? We didn't use the term, but same thing. Fire chief goes, you're going to be cool up here, even in the top of the hill. Really? So the main road in front is a good fire line, right? Don't allow any vegetation to grow up in the ditches there or up on the hill. Just the oak trees which resist fire. Okay. Got rid of the pines. Perfect. Now take a fire line across the property this way and make it go down in case there's a fire at the base of the hill that would, at your property line by that creek, because the fire would go up. So what if it was down there in that creek and we couldn't even get to it? You just have to helplessly watch as it got closer and closer to your property, right? So make that fire line, put a gate on it if you worry about it. Hand us the copy of the keys. We'll put a little tag on it and hang it in our firehouse. And then while you're down there, you see where the creek is seasonal? Put a small earthen dam here and a culvert, right? And a little gate. Now you got a pond. We got a water resource. Plus, you'll have tons and tons of wildlife, too. It's a seasonal creek, but it'll survive much of the summer. Once it traps a lot of that water, it's going to replenish a well down there. We recommend drilling a well. We did, and that was cool. It ended our epic, dry well problems. Because that was a California drought back then. If you guys think California drought's new, yeah, I remember a ton of them. It was 115 degrees routinely when I was growing up. That's what I'm used to, and I like it. Weird. I adapted to that, and I like it. That dry California 115, give it to me. I can jog in that, and I can sprint in that, and barely wipe sweat from my brow, and I think it's great. Your joints don't hurt either, like it does in Pacific Northwest or back east, where it's all moist. Blech. Anyway, so we're in the middle of the epic drought and stuff, terribly worried about fire. Built that fire road, built the well, built the little thing. It wasn't that expensive, actually. And then he said, but if you can't get down to that pond, put one closer to the house. So my dad had his backhoe thing and went to work. In no time we had a pond. And they had advice about where to put that. And it kind of stayed together with rain. We didn't have to do much drilling and stuff. So it goes, don't try to outrun a fire. And the next thing you need is a couple water tanks up by the shop and in between the house. We did that, just big plastic water tanks. He says, so if your pump house goes down, we lose well water, and that might not be enough pressure anyway. We've got tanks up here, and your pond water, the second well, and then down the street, fortunately, was some sort of a regular water tank that some pioneer had put up there. I think it originally belonged on a train. And it leaked like a sieve, and so we went and repaired it. Meanwhile, radio was on, so they're just not talking right now. So we go and repair that thing. We're like, really, that? He just thought it was a neat local feature. And he goes, no, man, that's perfect. And so once we did that, he goes, now do sprinklers, cut all the grass short. And sprinklers every so often. And to get rid of this vegetation and that, keep the oak trees. They're good. They're fire resistant. These pines, they're not even really native, just get rid of them. Trimmed off the vegetation from the house. We never did get rid of the wooden deck. That would have been an ideal thing. They suggested paver stones, so they weren't happy about that. But somebody wanted to keep a deck who won't be named. So we at least had the pond right next to it. And then we were fire safe, and Dad was like, all right, how's it now? Perfect. So when fire reaches this entire area, your house is the one we're going to save. Because we will never enter a dead-end road or the top of a hill someplace we can't escape. That's not what firefighters do. But if we find a defensible property, when we enter the area, we know we can treat to it. We would park in your driveway. We'd wet down everything around it. We'd, sorry, can we help ourselves to your fridge? Of course. We'd make sandwiches and probably watch your TV for a bit, taking turns on the deck gun outside or whatever they were talking about. Went down the property, and then we'd let the fire go past us, and your house would be the one standing on the block. Of course, we'd try to save the neighbors, but that's ultimately the thing. The neighbors didn't do that, but we gave the neighbors the best chance of survival too, because before we did that to our property, they said we would not have even entered the vicinity. We would have just let the fire go past. Sorry, we can't just risk our lives or enter an area where we don't have an escape route or a safe shelter in place spot. If we can't make it to you, you got your ponds. Okay. At no time did they ever say wet down your house or run your sprinklers or try to defend your property. They said get into your ponds and taught us the trick with the blankets and stuff. And we removed all vegetation around the ponds that could possibly fall on us should we need that as a shelter. So that was that.
It's 32 Charlie, Division Romeo, on command.
You can, just like Emily was saying, and other people in chat, you can defend yourselves even if you can't control what's going on in the state. Looking back, okay, let me investigate that. Hey, Amber, I have my own health issues, but I am in a place to help. So during the heat waves of summer, I've been handing out frozen water drinks, other supplies at local homeless hangout spot. Good on you, Amber. Good on you. You should never regret helping someone. Somebody I know regrets to this day giving $20 to a woman at a gas station who scammed him. He watched her from a distance. She said, I only need X amount of money to get to my folks or whatever. And she kept doing that all day at the gas station. And unfortunately, he decided to never help anybody with gas money again. And I'm sure other people actually needed it. 115 degrees heat is great. I actually want to do
4232 Charlie, Division Romeo, on command.
You guys want to give me the Death Valley Challenge? I'll go see how I do in that. I'd be eager to see. That might be something a little too hot for me, though. It's got to be dry. I can't stand humid, muggy crap. Being in the tropics was hell. Yeah, Morris, we can talk about that later. It's okay. Looking back up. 3 winters before you speak, think. Is it true? Is it helpful? Is it inspiring? Is it necessary? Is it kind? That's awesome. That's a cool thing, 3 winters. Jan, Fragoso, I lived in Santa Cruz Mountains and was always dew at night. A lot of it, yeah. That's what humidity's about. Some plants reabsorb some moisture from ambient air, and I was very surprised about that. It's quite important, the humidity recovery at night. I'm gonna go check on the situation. Let's check on the situation. Right now I'm uncomfortably hot because it's too dang humid. Dry 115, it's great. I don't see major problems. What problem am I supposed to be thinking about? D.I. Maui, hi. Or Di Maui. Mahalo, you have been doing, for all you have been doing to keep us informed. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry, I just butchered, Kanaka tongue. But thank you very much. I love the Kanaka. I was learning about how they helped build the West and they've been forgotten. We should change that. And I have a good friend in Hawaii. He's so cool. So what? Last night went great. It did. I know it can go great. I just want to make sure before I have the confidence to go to sleep. Let's see. Going back up. Notices on Cal Topo. That something seems like it's going to the peninsula. Oh, no. This is the firing ops. This is the firing ops I keep telling people not to worry about because we heard about it. And don't worry, when the camera swings north, this is their firing ops. There's a hot shot crew. I think it's Plumas hot shots. Here's 821. To keep this from crossing the highway. They're firing when the wind's blowing that direction. It's a great sign. So yeah, go ahead, spread the word. That's not an issue tonight unless the radio says so. It's quiet as...
9250. 2 Golf, Lima,
It's quiet as a peep. That was where they had the best...
Copy. Information hand line is tied in.
That's where they had the best success today. I wonder if this is holding, because I don't see this moving, but knock on wood. Knock on wood. Let's see, where's the wind? Yeah, they were doing that earlier. The wind's now this direction. But at some point, I don't know if they did it already, they were prepping that hillside for firing. And the fire's going to get there anyway. You light the fires ahead of it during the still and quiet of the night. So, Warner Valley is here by Drake's Bad and such, and by Lassen. Lots of battles, but they're confident enough to stay the night. I keep praying for Lucky S Town. Look, it's at its doorstep. In the moonlight fire, it was surrounded. Might as well tell you guys about this. So there used to be more structures. This is the most terrifying symbol. I want to teach safety if you guys ever explore this area. Do you understand that this is the most terrifying symbol on a topographical map? Does anybody know why? Let's see if anybody knows why. Yeah, there's a thunderstorm coming in tomorrow, like by 5. Doesn't look so good. Unstable. Tomorrow's going to be a day of trials and tribulation. Anybody understand what that symbol means? I didn't until I found out, and then I went, oh my God. If you don't understand what that symbol means, you just might die exploring mining towns and ruins. There's millions of these all around the West. Okay, I'm going to wait. Close, King J. I'm going to wait for a second. I need to go get some water. There might be some people wandering over, curious. I'm going to go look at that symbol. But since I'm drawing attention to this place especially, it's hard to reach. It's behind locked gates. It's a 3,000-foot climb up a terrifying drive. A lot of those roads don't exist anymore. You need 4-wheel drive. It's been safe for vandals and the public and such for the most part because it's so dang remote, hard to get to. And of course they lock the gates. You have to negotiate for entry and know people. Please don't give any particulars about it. Hold back and chat. To protect ghost towns in history, you have to only tell people exactly how to get to them. You can trust to not take a thing. When I was there, to my horror, people were camping inside one of the old cabins, and they had propane Coleman stove thingies in there. They were having open flame in a historical building. That is an absolute taboo. For God's sake, go over by the water source, make yourself a fire pit, and be responsible. I probably freaked them out because I wrote them a stern letter and said that I was watching you, and I put that note. I placed that note under their pillow and tucked another one in their sleeping bag. Okay.
What kind of ETA do you have to load concrete?
Yeah.
Up from the bottom and turned around due to heat. And I was going to start coming back around. I wanted to get into cell service first. I've got tractors coming right from the Hunt group over on the east side. I'm tying in with Dozer Boss Benner and getting a rundown. He's bringing us 4 tractors and 3 Dozer Boss.
Turn back because of heat? I don't know where that is.
I copy. You're coming down from Taylor Dip. Is that what I heard?
I was all the way back at 263 still. We we didn't get that hose drop until about 11:45.
Yeah, most of these aren't sealed.
You get word that we should be getting 2 water tenders from Coyote?
Word on the water. I'll get that information from Coyote here momentarily.
Yeah, that's not it.
I'm getting the information from the hunt group right now for the tractors and the ATVs. I was going to tie them in with the Junger and Black Knight doing that contingency to try and close that door over to.
Good copy.
I thought I took a picture of that particular shaft. I don't know if I have now, but I'm trying to look at thumbnails and enlarge these things. You know what they're gonna.
Tender OES 31, Wildcat Group in command.
Photo viewer, why are you showing up on that monitor? Jeez. Okay, no, it's no longer doing it. Alright, so let me try to find the correct image. I thought I took a picture because I was terrified when I figured out what it was. Could have walked right on it. So, mine shafts, you know, they're not going to look like a hole in the ground. A shaft is like, think elevator shaft, straight down. People confuse it with an adit, which is a horizontal entrance like a tunnel you walk into. A shaft is like a elevator shaft, 100%
Diamond.
straight down. Well, fire crews at the Chester Airport.
You have a equipment boss would be free to go get those dozers started on Aspen or start some of that.
Awesome, Jack. We have one left. I think he's pretty employed. I'll be back to you. It may take a bit. You can answer for that.
Copy. Yeah, if you're able to send that way, the Wildcat group is getting pretty spread thin.
Just waiting for them to talk.
Please, I'll get you an answer as soon as I can.
So this is where they're fighting the fire, Northeast Indian Valley. This is the Moonlight 1 year later. They're
Wildcat Trinity, night off going today. Night off, Wildcat Trinity.
Yeah, those are tied in with gold. Are they actively pushing right now? Or are you going to load them up, bring them up to the top?
Benner, dozer boss Benner right now, with Gold and Dale. Just got the rundown. It's going to be 4 dozers total from the hunt group, and trying to figure out the insertion point. Do we put them all the way up at the top in Aspen, south of Red Rock, or do we tie them in here on the bottom where you were talking with the Junger and the night dozer earlier?
Yeah, copy. Where are the dozers located currently? Are you down in Indian Valley with them?
They're going to be in Section 8, pushing up from drop point 165.
a fire lookout. Red Rock Fire Lookout.
Are you pushing in 165 area? I'd like to just keep them going rather than turn around, get them on transports, and bring them all the way up to the top.
They are on transports. Their instructions were to load up and head up here.
It's not.
And they were getting their marching orders from the hunt group train.
Huh. There's a fire lookout. Or the propane tank. Ugh. But that's where they're going. Wow. That's cool. 1937. Lights Creek area. I bet you guys they saw the fire tornadoes and just wanted to change their shorts. So that's where they're going right now, according to the radio. Please don't burn up. Fire lookout. Look how vulnerable it is. One way out. But there's a spring. They got a water source. I'd be letting that propane out, I think. I'd be like... Let's listen.
Light off. Hunter, good.
Four dozers down there at 165, are they pushing or are they just sitting on transport?
Four dozers that were 165. I got the heavy equipment guys taking them up to Wildcat. They were just going to tie in them first. They got room.
Thanks. I just wasn't sure if they were already pushing on the bottom. Thank you. Bye.
RIP Shake Cabin. I'm sure that didn't make it. But look, this road existed in the 1898.
Branch 9. Branch 16. Command.
We just lost so much history. Fascinating though. This lookout tower's too new.
Branch 16, branch 9. I'm gonna, with you being in here, I'm gonna run out and fill these 4 cans with diesel. Copy. Copy. Affirmative. Okay, let Romeo know that 50 Charlie's got the stopping point and contact him when to continue. And I'll be back in a few. Romeo, branch 9.
Okay, I'll talk someday. One night they said, everybody, listen, there's microphone activity last year. And he goes, okay, I'm going to need a drop. It's very important. And we're like, uh-oh. Do they need hose line? Do they need troopers? What's going on over there? He goes, we didn't get our Gatorade. Where's our Gatorade? We need 23 Gatorades and 2 milks. We're like, what? 27 Gatorades and 2 milks? I'm never going to talk, guys. How am I going to show my photos? Story time. But this is it. These are the people that I left the message in their sleeping bag. I scolded them. No open flame in historic buildings. I'm watching you. And tucked those notes inside the sleeping bags and put them under the pillows. I was there for the afternoon, but it was pretty hilarious. So yes, I'm trying to figure out if I had taken a picture. There's all kinds of devastation in the area. As devastating as it was. See these trees alive? They're by the road. Our fire crews could reach them on the ground. That's Indian Valley. But boy, I don't. It's one heck of a hard. I mean, it killed old growth, and they couldn't salvage log everything. They were doing it with helicopters. They couldn't do it. Couldn't do it all. There's lots of mining history up there. The stuff's still preserved. It's pretty dry. I don't understand how it survives all the snow when the snow melts, but I mean, some of the buildings don't. They collapsed, but they saved most of the buildings here in the Moonlight Fire. They circled the town, and it had, of course, every town's got a water source, or it can't exist. So where's it? They let the things burn, though, that they had to. And you see how these are all over the landscape, the shafts. Wow, Engle Mine just burned too. And this is where I was going to do all my documentaries. Saw it from a distance. It was just one hell. It was like a giant mine pyramid. There's the remains of a stamp mill there. That's just absolutely crazy. So I don't blame them for abandoning history, though. Save themselves. So there used to be something called the Honeymooners Cabin. Distantly, it was too far away. I don't know which one of these dots was it in the distance, but it was too far away to save, and here's their water source. So they sat there like a boss, and the devastating moonlight fire went right around them and circled them and went past them, and they saved all the buildings they could. Now the shafts, some of the winch and hoist stuff, head frames, is normally mounted over a shaft, and it's sort of like, there's wooden supports around it in a square. The wood can just kind of fall in, and it's maybe 3,000 feet down, depending on. You can get some of the blueprints for these old mines. It's pretty intense. Here's the view of Indian Valley back then. The landscape just healed. This is where the fire is raging now. Looking back towards Indian Valley, Taylorsville in the distance. So it saddens me. It just kept rolling in through here again. Now, I tried to get a picture of that, because what I saw was an anthill. Looking around buildings and stuff. I had a topo map and didn't know what that was. My uncle yanks me back away from the anthill. I was about to climb on it, step on it, and look around in the distance. I would not be talking to you now. Probably, maybe they would have even left my remains down there. I mean, 3,000 feet is a long way to retrieve somebody. I've been in danger, So, even after the fire, this is where the Honeymooners Cabin was. 1 year later, look at all the skunk cabbage and the flowers. The deer will explode in population. They will thrive. We saw tons of deer and trophy animals. That means they have a healthy rack. It's a way you measure health of a deer. And they went down some of the trees, and the fire went around them and past them, but they couldn't save that cabin because embers fell on the roof. A lot of tall trees in the air. So, I was hoping I had a picture of what the shaft looked like, but just picture an anthill. It's a lot like this. When the square supports, and here's the debris pile of the Honeymooners Cabin. It's real sad. The tin roofs and such kind of caved in. It's a beloved local landmark. Oh, here's Moonlight Valley before. Like I said, it just kind of healed. It'll come back. It's looking like this again, but it'll come back. But since they didn't salvage log all of this, they couldn't. That's what's fueling a lot of this stuff. These are mega thick trees. Mega thick, some of them. Now, let's see here, going back here. I don't think I have a picture of that shaft. So when the supports in the square around that kept, the soil back from falling in the shaft, when that goes away, it all goes down and drags a lot of the earth with it, right? It collapses around itself, and so you think that you're going to be safe standing this far back from it. Oopsie, where's the pen? Excuse me. Pen. You think you're going to be safe. Pen. It ain't working no more. going on? It's not working on my second monitor. Let me restart the little program. It's a free program. Can't say that I didn't get my money's worth. So let me restart it. Hang on. Just want people to be safe. If I want to bring tourism back to this area. Not necessarily up here. It's probably nothing's going to survive, but around the area there's a lot more accessible mines. This is kind of behind closed gates and all that kind of stuff. So you think being pretty far back away from the edge, you're going to be cool, right? But when this part of the support collapses, it's all lined with wood all the way at the bottom, and there'll be the remains of the elevator and probably some maintenance ladders. But when that collapses, it drags in the local soil from further and further each year. Until the rest of the soil collapses in a heap, and it's like, you ever seen a funnel and you're trying to pour sugar or sand and it clogs it, but if you poke the top, all that sand falls down the hole? So here's that thing that looks like an anthill to me. My uncle yanks me back by the sleeve, and I couldn't see the general area. I thought it was a good viewpoint. He says that's the most dangerous symbol in the West. A lot of these are not sealed, not marked. Get the oldest maps you can. Get several different layers of topo maps. Compare them. You can't just go exploring mines and be safe. You can't just take your dog with you, or Fluffy disappears and you never see him again. I mean, they cut their paws on tin roofs and stuff anyway. It's not the place for pets and children running around. This is some of the most dangerous stuff to explore. And when you fall in, or you go into and at it, and you get overcome by the fumes that you can't smell, the help is a long way away. And what?
All Medic 5, in quarters, cold run.
Medic 50144.
And you'll see these everywhere. Almost every mine's got adits. So the traditional tunnels, and like walk-in tunnels, I'm going to show you what that looks like on topo maps. They're everywhere. You can just kind of scroll around Plumas County. A lot of these are not marked. So they're a relatively new map. And a lot of those roads back there and buildings, they don't exist anymore. I bet the shake cabin just burned. That's so sad. Where was I just at? One of these mines. What they look like is a Y up at a hillside. In fact, there's some down in like Indian Valley that's more familiar with, like by the Evans fire. Trails. Where's an adit when you need one? Sorry, this is making people sick. Yeah. They usually don't even say stuff like mine. See the Y? That's your traditional tunnel. And if you walk back deep enough into the tunnels, then there's shafts too. Because they'll have multiple entrances at multiple elevations, the big ones. So, like here is a top entrance, and then at lower elevations will be another, and it'll connect down like 1,000 feet to a shaft. A lot of them are 2,000 feet. And there's some steep, rugged terrain. And they're everywhere. So everybody knows about mine safety. Don't go in alone. Don't go in at all if you don't have bad air detectors and the like, and hard hats and mine maps and everything. And there you go.
Diamond Band, Coyote.
Expect this. It's garbled, but I expect this to all be gone if it didn't burn up already. They're talking about in the radio in a sad way today. Could be already gone. But we'll see. Look at this.
I think of the official call. You have a report location.
Yep.
Yeah, have them report to Aspen Flat. I believe it's section 32, and
I can't really make that out. Something like tie up dozer lines to section 32. Sounds good. Yep, like Smitty's saying, there's an old saying, from the up, they are all over the place and a mile deep. Literally sometimes. It's absolutely horrible. So going back here, the shaft house frame or elevator base is called the collar in mining terms. Thank you. Yeah, I forget a lot of that. I try to absorb so much information about history in ghost towns. It's hard to keep it all straight, but that would be cool to make a documentary about mining terms. I know about loads, adits, shafts, and things like that. Many of the terms, but not them all. Why are the mods always changing? Well, I sometimes give people mod powers just in order for them to post links. I haven't revoked mod powers for anybody except a certain person who couldn't keep his potty mouth out of adult content. I keep adding mods too because they're working in shifts through the night. So play my first YouTube video. You guys want to see that? Why? Yeah, I'm very worried about tomorrow. Everything they do tonight can be erased with the lightning strikes tomorrow. We just can hope for another good day, but well, that was last year and it was the cool of the night. But yeah, milk, I was like, what about donuts? I don't have any. The ants got to them. That's why I reached for the s'mores. I keep those marshmallows in a bag. Well, hey, with love from Nevada, there's new fires. Let's keep checking on them. So this is the current view of that area from Indian Ridge. It's quiet up there. It was a chaotic hellhole today. This is a news fire start that happened around 4 when I was trying to take a break. It's up again by Frenchtown. Again. Like, wasn't there one 2 weeks ago? I don't know if the power company has anything to do with it, but somebody was reporting power lines down, and that can just happen where fire chews the pole up. Don't know. But there's also the by Loma Rica Road and stuff. That's where my friend died in 2017 Cascade Fire. Yeah, did you know they just renamed another fire to Cascade this year? How confusing do they want to be? There should be like 7 years that go by before you name a fire the same thing. Or call it Cascade 2 or 3 or something. Yeah, we lost our favorite lookout in the Beckworth fire this year. We just lost one in Lassen National Park after that breach. What about Mount Huff? I'm not sure. I stood at the top of Mount Huff too, Nicole. Cool. Oh, that is cool. But we just found a fire lookout, and they're reconvening on it, and hopefully it survives the night. Look what we just found. I didn't know it existed. It's not in the old maps. Red Rock Lookout. And if we switch on full imagery, by God, it's there. And we just looked it up. Red Rock. Now the one we just lost in... Yeah, this is a cool website, by the way. I'm just going to show it to you guys. It's really sweet. Check out, we just lost the one north of Chester. The guy was so sweet and tender. I should interview him. Hope I meet him one day. The older gentleman talking about, even though the sad news, we lost the fire lookout somewhere by Drake's Bad or something. I was real touched, that he didn't rage. I would have raged and cried if I was in charge of that. Butte County. Okay, I'm listening. The radio's still muted for you guys because it's all crackly. But clear. Was that? It's Plumas, isn't it? Markleyville has a lookout. I hope that survived. Let's just look at Plumas. See, look at all these counties. People don't understand California is big. It is big. Camel Peak. Which one do we lose? I didn't know there were so many. A lot of them don't exist anymore. Here's Red Rock. But this is a list of all of them, surviving or no. Not a lot of them do. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah, bless him. Isaiah, you're gonna get shut eye. See you around 9. Yep, it's time for me to go to bed, guys. It's almost 2. What the hell? I was tired at 8, and I was like, I'm gonna go to bed. Where the hell did the time gone? How's the time gone? So, can I post my email again? Sure. Catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. Fine, Isaiah. I'll show you the thing. It's sappy, but fine. Let's go to my channel. Videos. You're talking about the tram? Talking about the tram? Guys, this is years ago. Realizes I'm a little bit older. Have to fake my death eventually because I'm an 8,000-year-old vampire. No. Is this what you're talking about, Isaiah? I'm doing it. Did you go to bed? Good. I don't have to show it if you did. I thought we might have lost the Dixie one, but it's still listed there. Well, that website may not have been updated in years. That's cool, Smitty. You were over there. This one, fine. By special request, here's me with a Galaxy S3 cell phone. Just trying to show people this is a cool tourist attraction. The doctors go from the top of Hospital Hill in Portland, and they take a tram to the bottom because it would take them hours to go from... They ran out of place to build on the hills, so they took out a lot of shipyards down there, which is bad. I think Portland should still have shipyards, but anyway, they built these huge hospital structures. And it crosses I-5 and winds down a thing and causes traffic havoc. So they built a tram, and trams originate in mining, really. It used to be all over Plumas County, where it was too expensive to take by mules and stuff. The gold from the upper reaches of the tallest mines. They just built tramways, and they operate without electricity. One still operates. It's amazing in England. It's like a peat mine or coal mine or something like that. Of clay. And so the momentum of the heavy loads at the top going to the bottom pull the one at the bottom to the top that's empty just by gravity. It's a self-perpetuating, endless, free energy thing, except, of course, it's not free. You have to load the ones at the top with something heavy all the time. But you don't need electricity to run a tram. This one, of course, has one. Because there's no thing at the top. But it's really dang cool. Even if you're afraid of heights, it doesn't trigger that. I'm terrified of heights. I hate leaning over the rail right now. And I turned the camera at me because if I filmed people in front of me, they wouldn't be happy about it. So every once in a while, if I have to walk forward, I turn it back. But that's what I can do with a cell phone. I can show you that not much has changed about tram design from the 1800s, even 1700s. And this is all shaky because I couldn't plant my elbows on anything. But I was like, hey guys, somebody's talking to me. I was like, okay. Then we start going. The closer you can get your lens to the glass, the better. That's the Portland Spirit ship going by. Now that I've never noticed that. And to the left was the construction of the incomplete bridge. They're stupid enough to not earthquake-proof the bridges, and they're almost falling apart for traffic. Let's just build a pedestrian-only bridge. This is going to be a great idea, guys. We're going to have a 9.0 earthquake, but let's build a bridge that vehicles can't cross, so that when we have horrible fires like in San Francisco's earthquake on each side of the river, our fire crews and first responders can't even get to each other. And we can't get aid from Vancouver either because every bridge that has a counterweight will fall down in the earthquake because the counterweight will fall, punch through the deck of the bridge and collapse it. And that the Selwood Bridge is structurally deficient, meaning liable to fall down all the time. But let's spend all kinds of new money on some sort of a status symbol and call ourselves a green city. I hate being right, but I will be the moment there's the dang earthquake. But the center span isn't meet yet. And then they named it a meme name, the Till I Come Bridge. There's endless jokes. Portland will never live down. That's okay. I don't live there. Alrighty, but there were mass protests. We shouldn't replace these bridges either, especially not the one over the Columbia. The one that's on I-5 is, they opened it in like 1914 or something. It's ready to kind of like rust into oblivion. It needs to be retired. That's an actual ship dry dock. The last one in Portland, I think. It may not even be there anymore. But because they said that encourages car traffic and carbon and global warming, and they protested it and shut it down. I was like, are you serious? You think that cars just aren't going to drive anymore if we have old bridges ready to fall down? People are going to drive cars, change the engine or the fuel source. Make it green. It's just whatever. So there you go. There's my video. And I go and look at the machinery. I love the wheels. But they'll find out the hard way, and then the bridges will fall down. The city will burn up. A lot of people that could have been saved wouldn't have been, but eventually they'll have to rebuild the bridges because they'll shake down. It sucks having logical thinking. So many don't. It's not emotional, it's just logical. It's just, guys, history. What happened in 1906 San Francisco? Could we kind of learn our lesson about that? The West Hills are not hills. It's a 9.0 capable fault line. But what can you do? What can you do? Going back up. I didn't look at chat. That was my special request before Isaiah went to bed. But I like showing people modern marvels of engineering and the way they relate to history. I love those bridges, don't get me wrong. They're just all going to fail. The Hawthorne is the last surviving bridge of its type. It's a really neat bridge in Portland. Portland's called the City of Seven Bridges. It's cool. But there are stupid people in charge that destroy history left and right and just... we'll see terrible things happen. Like, we could have one of those bridges just fall with traffic on it, like the Selwood. It's inspected, like, weekly. It's that structurally deficient. They need to fix it, but they don't. They spend millions on yacht docks and stuff. What can you do? That's why people need to learn history. What happened in 1906? In San Francisco. See, don't be alarmed by that either. That's the hot spot on Manzanita Mountain looking across the lake, kind of zoomed in. That is an area of concern for Chester, that hot spot still doesn't go away. But it's not close, it's not on the shore. Eleanor doesn't have, in the path of that camera angle, is a downslope, not an upslope. That's zoomed into Manzanita Mountain, just showing you guys. Still concerning. But a radio ain't saying nothing. We haven't heard any queue up for a long time, and the radio's on. The aircraft keep hitting it. Maybe they've kind of contained it up there. Maybe it can't go down. Hopefully. But tomorrow will be quite a challenging day. So, Smitty, as a merchant mariner, why have shipyards as often as I got laid off? Then the Great Lakes, as often as I was aboard a Native American ship. Why would he need ships anymore? They're the most efficient means of trade. Fuel efficient. Are around the world. So like even riverboats, you just kind of go downstream. And that's some of the most energy efficient stuff other than canals. Many of the Columbia River barges don't spend any fuel going downstream. They just steer. Completely emission and fuel free and economical. Well, there are shipyards, but what we did was we sent all those jobs. Portland had a good, robust diversification of jobs that was industrial. Portland, Willamette Iron Works, and Portland Steel. I think Portland Steel's still around, but we let's see, they used to make ships, repair them. That industry kind of died. Portland was...
Diamond Brand, I just confirming outing for heavy equipment boss Creed. The Austin flat in section 32 with a couple sections above. Would you like to spin that Austin flat north of that?
I have no idea. You can still see the fire from Indian Ridge. Point is, you gotta have a diversity of jobs to have a healthy economy. Okay, if that's routing instructions, we can mute that. So, Portland's economy was depressed for a long, long time. It was called Portland because the ships came and Portland made them and repaired them. You can't survive on microbreweries and Intel alone. But it kind of does now. You have to keep shipyard docks. They have to be by the waterfront. But instead of revitalizing the economy and bringing back industry, which is good, solid jobs. I mean, America needs to reindustrialize. What are we going to do when we have a conflict with China? What are we going to make? Ask the Indians what happens when you stop making your own things and become dependent on somebody else to give you everything. It's bad economic policy. How are we going to make our own warships if we're attacked like we did in World War II if you have to bulldoze huge buildings in order to make shipyards? You just have to leave that land free. We have to be ready for war. We didn't ask for it last time. We just suddenly had a Pearl Harbor. We suddenly had a September 11th. So, yeah, don't have all your eggs in one basket. Perfect analogy, Paul Coffey. I study ghost towns, which is the collapse of towns. 90% of them do so because of their economic collapse. People go where there are jobs and they leave when there are no jobs. And so if your town has one economic pillar to stand on, just mining, just logging, just tech, just farming, what happens when that sector is depressed for a decade? You lose 65% of your population immediately. And then the long, slow decline afterwards. Most ghost towns aren't abandoned overnight. That's a rarity. I'm still making my massive database and compiling my statistics for my book. Nobody's ever done this before. The only time ghost towns are really abandoned overnight is like disaster, water supply issues, things like that. Chernobyl, you know. Yeah, the Glen Fire, we keep looking back at it. This is the view from Organ House camera. It started at 4 p.m. It's at least 10% contained. They'll slam it with aircraft at dawn. I'm going to go to sleep, guys. B says, I froze my butt off and wasn't dressed for the coast. Followed the road back inland. Oh, wow. I bet you're telling a good story. Tillamook Factory and stuff. That's cool. Hey, you're a rider? That's awesome. I used to ride around here where this stupid Organ House fire is. It's great. Motorcycle tours. They have historic motorcycle tours to some of these ghost towns here. I wanted to go promote them and take a ride with them. And hopefully they have places to still take people. But yeah, we should come have another talk. Let's see, and thank you, B, and people saying that was a cute tour. Yeah, Portland's in for it. it's going to have repeat San Francisco. And so whenever I drive through that area, oh God, guys, I have another fire story to tell you. Last time I drove through Portland, I came upon a ruin. And I wanted to talk about, wanted to encourage anybody to come forward who had information on this fire. That has to be another day now. But the Portland cranked out ships, and so did Seattle. I'll tell you more about that stuff later. It's kind of not fire related, but I'm into self-driving cars. However, there has to be, all the cars have to talk to each other just like airplanes have transponders, and there has to be an AI in control of it, knowing where all cars are at all times. So if there's a fog bank or something, all of them stop at once at the same speed instead of all of them rear-ending each other in the fog bank. Having like a machine do it right now, the way they're doing it, is should be illegal. I mean, all cars have to talk to each other about their locations. And you can't curse in the chat. No hard cursing. You'll get me flagged. They take away a lot of things with your channel. I just signed an agreement with Google to have the super chat sticker donation thing that I won't put too much cursing in my channel or allow that in chat. So there is a machine counting the amount of times people curse. My mod's got to pounce on it. The hard F-bombs, the S-bombs. Yeah. They should not be using the open roads as some sort of a beta testing ground. That's so evil. They should all be charged with manslaughter. It's the stupidest idea. They should rent a ghost town in Canada where there's city streets and test it up there, away from people. What are they thinking? I can't believe anybody allows that BS, and they're giving the whole concept of self-driving cars the wrong name, the bad name. People will be turned off of the good concept by this shenanigan BS. It kind of tells you how much they care about us. You know, whoopsie. Pay out insurance to the victims. So, yeah, there has to be air traffic control for vehicles. But we'll have a good new era when that happens, because there will be no more idiots getting in front of ambulances. What the firefighters will do is press a button and a destination to go to the fire, or it'll automatically be selected. They're in the back of the truck suiting up and doing stuff like that, and just looking down and just getting ready for the fire. And then what all the cars on the way to the fire will do is pull the hell over. They'll go by them at really good speeds. We'll have faster responses to fires than ever. All lights will suddenly turn green for them. Oh. This will be really good. Is Mother Trucker a curse? No. Go ahead and get creative. That'll be fun. We'll keep it playful, creative. But yeah, you don't tell people to stop driving cars. You change the fuel to something nice and environmentally friendly. So that's a live view of Oregon House. That's that Glen fire. Look how it died down. That's good. It's staying within its footprint. We can't see the other side of the ridge, but fingers crossed. Checking out a near ridge. Fingers crossed. Okay. I'm confident now that I can leave the chat going overnight. So, but anyway, yeah, there's lots of historical lessons. I could talk for hours on the subject. So, I'm not sure. Does anybody have any questions before I go to bed? Yeah. Oh, D.I. Maui, tell your nephew. Thank you for the service. Yes. God bless all these soldiers for us. Soldiers in a war. Cool. There's one down there that pops up in someone's backyard. A what, Nicole? I think it's in Taylorsville. Is that a road? But I called for mods. I called for mods to volunteer for shift duty so that the stream can go on all night, be a 24-hour place where people can ask questions. Gotta be a safe space. What hydro? What? Oh, hydrogen cars. Yeah, they're only. First of all, they can kind of explode too, just like the internal combustion engine. I do think hydrogen fuel cells are the future of drone flights for sure. Batteries are too heavy, are not going to be the thing anymore. But you know what? I'm hearing about green ammonia. I'm curious about it. There's like this big, almost clickbaity kind of ads promoting it, and it might be pump and dump schemes for unproven technology. What do you guys think about green ammonia? Is this a scam? Is there something to it? Graphene batteries might change stuff. Salt-oriented batteries. You guys heard about it? Yeah, there's a lot of towns just like abandoned, roofs on. Smart movie producers go up there to film. Canada makes it very affordable to film. Everything that looks like it's in the Pacific Northwest is usually filmed on Vancouver Island in BC. The X-Files was filmed in BC. And it was supposed to be Portland, Seattle all the time. They just had like a random shot of Seattle, and it looks like exactly the same vegetation. So they got away with it, but it's but it was cheaper there. All right. Yeah, hydrogen's pretty good. Yeah, the X-Files is sweet. Mulder, I need help. I'm almost good at that impression. I'm working on it. You know what? You guys know the joke about a good X-Files episode, right? Scully has to say that. Mulder has to say, Scully! There has to be flashlights. Yep, exactly, Emily. Scully! God, I need sound effects for this channel. I love the random quotes. Mulder had one-liners. And the really cool meme episode was where Mulder was a skeptic and Scully believed all the witnesses seeing strange lights over a bayou or something. It was a sweet role reversal. What was that episode? The cameras are not calibrated. When the lake looks yellow and orange, it's supposed to be a deep purple at night. You just gotta wait for him to push a button. No, the landscape's not all on fire, but the lake has to be cool and look purple. They'll push the button later. But, so in that episode, Scully goes, that witness saw lights last night. We have a whole bunch of credible witnesses, multiple angles. It's verifiable. Mulder goes, I don't know, swamp gas? She goes, swamp gas? Swamp gas doesn't fly, or something like that. And he looked at her coolly, like straight face, and he goes, it happens to me when I eat Dodger dogs. That's smooth. Wow, Smitty, anything that takes place in the industrial Midwest is filmed in Quebec now? We should invade them. Annex Canada. Gotta put a stop to this. They can't steal our country. Can't steal the images of our country. We have copyrighted and trademarked our country. This is pretext. I think it is. Also, how are we going to secure our access to maple? Do you know 90% of the world's maple syrup is produced there? And if they ever cut off the spigot, we would be without. We have an strategic interest in the syrup. Yeah, we're on to you now. We also hear that it's the land of plenty, and you're being oppressed. And you might have oil. So in that case, you deserve freedom. we'll just relax, just let it happen, accept the freedom, and give us the beer. 2, drink a whole lot of yourselves, of course. If you can control the bang, controlling use any source of fuel, yeah. So you don't want pre-ignition of hydrogen. Okay. Set the cylinder heads of engine. I'm going to be back sleepy last night. Oh, okay. Yeah, if nobody knows about that green ammonia thing, I'm interested. But it's stupid o'clock. Time for me to go, and I'm satisfied chat's calmed down enough. Satisfied fire's calmed down enough. Oh yeah, Emily B, I'll talk to you guys about that. I wanted to be writing about ghost towns and preserving on film the history of the Wild West before, time and development and fires and things just sort of eat up things. I was shocked. Plumas County is one of the biggest gold rush counties. It's just north of the Mother Lode, but boy, was the Yuba district is something that, like, anybody interested in gold around the world, you see Yuba district, they go, oh, you gotta email me. Catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. So my camera fund, so I can go out here and do this, because everything I plan to film is disappearing to fire before my eyes in the west. And I don't want to get to that right now. Yeah, go ahead and email me. I'm very behind in my email. I have gotten a lot. I'm sorry, guys. I do want to get to all my emails. Just trying to juggle. Excuse me. Every time I think there's going to be a lull at the fires and I can check my email, well, some crisis happens every day. Well, I'll get to them. Sorry. Just be patient. And, yeah, if I get a camera, I'll make fire safety videos, preserve history, and when I wanted to be just an author and run a website, I realized I need to go film these places. They're not getting preserved like I ever expected. Plumas County was one of the most active gold mining places. It's rich, super gold veins, and all the adjacent ones. We have almost nothing remaining now of the towns. There are way more ghost towns here than real ones, and many have no trace. They just weren't preserved. The only ones that survived reinvented themselves as tourist towns, because all the other jobs left, the logging and stuff, and the railroad, and that's what happens when you have economic collapse. Greenville has more than 6 cemeteries, because it had 7 times the population. PayPal takes 30% too, but you know what? Use that email for Google Pay. No cut. Thank you so much. I'm trying to figure out Venmo. They didn't allow me to hook up. But thank you. You're so awesome. You're going to bed. Hey, good night. Yeah, love to all you guys and respect to. And thank you for everybody who's helped me make this a reality. And I want to interview survivors and pass on survival messages too. But most of the ghost towns just burned up that were left. Very few were preserved. Rich Bar, it just went by. Belden, we almost lost it. Greenville was the one that reinvented itself as a tourist town, and they kept the charm of the original one, and so that was one of the jewels. I told people in Plumas County, you start with Greenville and use it as the spokes of a wheel to go to all the other places. A lot of the ghost towns are underwater, but very few remains. We might see the very last. Do you guys realize one more fire season we have zero gold mining towns left from the entire gold rush? I tell you, a lot of people come to California to see the Wild West. There has to be a Wild West to see. They're called Class E ghost towns. Things like Greenville were reinvented for the tourist trade. And a couple other smaller things, of course, in the area like buffalo ranching. But oh, thank you so much, E. It's EI, not EL, right? Is it EI? You're awesome. But I gotta go, guys. I keep saying that. It's 2:22 a.m. All right. I'll leave you in good hands. You know, I have to set it up. Oh, I disconnected and reconnected to Lassen County Fire and EMS. There might be a broadcastify error. It's not me. But I'm going to try to set up auto refresh so that the camera doesn't fail again. Let me try to set that one up. Every 400, 900 seconds here, start. And we don't want that. That will actually stop the player. Crap. Okay, so I can't refresh the player. That was actually a bad idea. This one I can start it. Okay. That should be good. Good night, guys. I love you all. Please be kind to each other overnight. Thank you, mods, for holding down the fort. Thank you, guys, in chat. Thank you, all the donators. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for liking and subbing and sharing and helping me reach others. We all get this together. Oh my gosh, B, thank you. That's a sweet little sticker. That's so cute. Thank you, everybody. Real name is Jean. Good to meet ya. Do you guys email me? Because when I come to this area, there's a lot of places I want to go. We might be able to meet. I mean, cool. Good night, guys. I may be sleeping in a little bit because it's 2 in the morning, but I will be with you. Please stay safe. Prayers for the region. Well wishes for the region. We all get a little bit upset because of the stress. I noticed that people just get upset in chat when we're all under stress, when there's new fires and there's no information and stuff. But all we do is go, oh, okay, we got upset. Sorry, I'm sorry. And then you go, whoops, and you move on because that's the only way we're going to get through this. Thank you, guys. Hopefully everything will be there in the morning. Good night.
Medic 4 Medical, Lily Pad, and Lily. Correctional Center Medic 4 Medical, 73L female, gallbladder issue, 470-820 Lily Pad, cross of Willow Street in Leavitt Lake. Repeating Susan River Correctional Center Medic 4 Medical, 73L female gallbladder issue, 470-820 Lily Pad, cross of Willow Street in Leavitt Lake, Kansas County, Tactus Calcord, Citadel 0233.
Go ahead, burn that up. I'm back down in Indian Valley now. Copy. Disregard now. 5213 responding.
5213-0236. 0238. Medic 4, confirm response. Confirm your response. Medic 4, second tone out for medical on lily pad. For a second tone out for medical for female with gallbladder issue. 470820 lily pad, cross of Willow in Levitt Lake. Repeating medic 4, second tone out for medical for gallbladder issue. 470-820 lily pad, cross of Willow in Levitt Lake. Suzel 0239.
Simon. The dozer line make it? Approximately an hour ago, last time I talked to heavy equipment boss, working his way through section 13. The fire is currently about midway, tacking down 13, and the dozer line that's proposing to punch in is going through 18. I copy. And if you haven't, I'd like to plumb as much of that as possible this morning, because I don't think we'll have the number of engines that we have again. We have an opportunity to obviously hold that piece of line. Okay, copy. Cash opposed it. You can utilize it necessary. That cash is not needed for this area yet. That delivered to
So I woke up as a meat popsicle. So I left the AC on. So I'm coming back and I can't make the radio keep playing. I'll shut my mouth.
I'm right here by Roger's truck now. Okay, I'm in route.
So, yeah, multipass. You win the prize, malicious. Prize. And it's a multipass. Okay, so what's this thing that people were saying was by Susanville? I don't see a heat signature, but there was like smoke over there. Are they firing the hillside? Is that a deal with the Lassen County? Check. Should check that out.
Communications right off. Right off. Airport. Hot fire. Have a location.
Did he turn his sideband on?
We got a township 25 north, 9 east, and grid 15. I have a lat long too if you need it.
Affirmative, go ahead with lat long.
It's going to be 40 small 02973 120 decimal 9619.
I got it.
What? 40-something 02973 120.9619? Hell, how do you look up townships? That was a spot fire. Is that possible in Caltopo? Let's see. Caltopo spot.
Operations, branch 16, come in.
I'm not finding an answer for that. Yeah, welcome back. I'm sensitive to the cold. Us reptiles are. Okay. 25 northeast 15. How does that work, guys? I'm brain dead. You know, I thought that was Reno. This city lights. Let's check out Organ House. Nice to see that. Coming down. But
East Communications, clear branch. Can you repeat that last one? From East Communications, 40 decimal 0273 120 decimal 9619. West of Spanish Creek Bridge off of Highway 70.
we're cooking. We got that long. So what do? We go 40.02973 712.9619. We have to put a minus. So how do you type that in as Latin long? This I've never gotten a hang of. So this is the... And it went offline again. I keep pressing the button. That's what they wrote down. How do you type that in as Latin long? How is that formatted? It's Indian Ridge. Looks wispy. They say Stannis Creek Bridge. Okay, let's look at this. Hey, Jonathan Gibson, welcome. Hey, RJ. Hey, people still awake. Oh, cool. Historic map works. Juniper Lake and stuff. Cool, thanks. Are we sure it was Lassen County? Because I don't see a 25. It stops at 24. Are you guys trolling me? This is pretty dang cool, though. Now you're going to get me all ADD distracted, and I'm going to look at this and forget about fires for a bit and be like, dude, this is neat. Dude, this is neat. Wow, this is neat. Let's look at other maps. It's because I don't see a 25. Am I just not understanding? I type it into Caltopo, the Latin long. You know, like, just like you read it out. But there's gotta be, is there a north first and then like a, it's trying to show me the different ways. My longitude is greater than 0. North America, you probably meant to enter minus. Right? So when I did that, did I just not make a space? I didn't make a space with my minus. Spot fire here. Back to Ketty and Indian Falls where the fly fire started. That's what I'm talking about. I don't have a satellite detection yet. We would have the Quincy cams. Let's look at Quincy. If they're facing the right way, they're not. Somebody might turn them. Facing entirely the wrong way. Guess we have to listen to somebody who goes and checks it out. If you're still with me, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm just kidding. I'm glad you're with us, but I'm sorry that we're all awake right now at the ungodly hour of 4:14 a.m. Surely we are punished. We had some sort of a transgression in a previous life. Yeah, the Antelope Mountain of Susanville. I kind of wondered if that was the city lights of Reno. That like disc thing that's in the sky. I think that's city lights of Reno. But wasn't there like a smoke to the southwest? You can see Reno lights far away. I remember that stuff. I was a kid and we went to the east side of the lake or something and saw a glow. And they're like, that's Reno. No way. Really, Daddy? So cool. I have insomnia, so it's a regular time for me. I understand, malicious. And this is an anxious time, which doesn't help the insomnia. Yeah, why didn't they calibrate this? Why isn't it on auto? If I were running this show, I'd have some sort of a temperature sensor on the lake that radioed it back. It would be a buoy instantly, so it would auto-calibrate according to the lake's temperature. Seems like problem solved. Because this is trash view we're having right here. It's not scientifically valid. Maybe don't have people staffing it all the time. Or there's a limitation of technology or something. So we'll wait for them to figure out the hot spot by Ketty. Not Ketty Ridge, but Ketty. Now I'm on pins and needles. What hot spot? Did it fly over from the north slope on the other side of above Crescent Mills? North of 70? I don't see anything worrisome at all. This area. Okay. Really? Near Shasta? Oh. I'm so tired, my head is tingling. Ah. Okay. Walk back. Get a nice cool drink.
Juliet or Juliet Trinity, go ahead. Driver Juliet. Yeah, the Rica Ridge.
What? A ridge of what?
Last half of your transmission. Sorry about Rica. That project is incomplete.
What?
Understood, thank you.
How can somebody understand that? I don't like hearing the word roof. Alright, anything interesting happening? Anything we'll look at? Thank you guys so much for being here and holding down the fort. It gives me great comfort to know people can turn to you guys at night. And glad to see nobody's fighting. Juliet? Well, we know it's by Ketty. I thought maybe, and hi, Emily. I put the Latin long right here, see? But he said something about a roof. The guy goes, roof of what? And he goes, oh, understood. It's like sometimes the radio is that clip from Wayne's World. I'd like it with the other side of hold the, and also, no, never mind, cancel the, add some, with extra. Yeah, they'll do it for me. And they were pranking the drive-through operator. And she goes, okay, so that's 3 fries, 2 shakes, 2 of them milk, chocolate, 1 of them vegan, the other one's this, and the other one's that, and then there's a cheeseburger, 1 of them hold the ketchup, the other one is without cheese, the other one is a double, and the other one's just a single. Both of them are meals. That'll be $25.64. And their reply was like, like she's a wizard. PMC 22. Hello, what's the update this morning? From Ohio here. Anybody? Any better? What do you mean it's morning? Oh God, it's morning somewhere. How much time do I have to sleep left? I just woke up in the middle of the night. You know, it's a quiet night. I'm buying them time. Janesville's still there. We had a new fire erupt today, and we're watching it by Oregon House Cam. There was another fire here like 2 weeks ago, maybe 1.5 weeks ago, called the Frenchtown Fire, and I covered it in my stream. Like the same exact area. I mean, Frenchtown's down the street, so that's weird and spooky. Unknown cause, as far as I know. It's called the Glen Fire. That erupted at the same time hell broke loose, where they were worried about Warner Valley, northwest of Chester. They were worried about... They were almost doing Mayday calls. They were declaring they're leaving the Moonlight Valley, northeast arm of Indian Valley, and we saw, fire tornadoes earlier in the day. A couple thousand feet tall. One of them lasted more than 15 minutes. It may have moved, but then again, it may not have moved. So that was a treat. That was terrorizing. Glen fire started by a vehicle accident. Oh, sad. We should take a look at that. You heard Juliet too? Okay, guys. But that's what the Latin long coordinates are, and they read it back twice. So I'm kind of confused. That's right at Ketty, the Ketty Y. Seem like. You guys want to know why they call it Rattlesnake Peak? Doesn't that look like a button? Rattlesnake tail? Looking through my old photos of the regions, 2008. Oh my god. You guys recognize this? Any locals recognize that? Yeah, Division 2, it's way over at Butte Mountain. Things seem to be going okay at Butte Mountain. There was a false alarm, thank goodness. All hell was breaking loose with those fire tornadoes. A new fire start almost the exact same time in Yuba County. There's the Glen Fire. Then they said there's a new fire start by Childs Meadows west of Chester near that critical intersection and threatening possibly mineral. Everyone went, oh my god. They scrambled to get resources. They flew helicopters over there. False alarm. Do you guys know what that is? This is what I was talking about when I was having fond memories of Greenville. We kind of looked through the town on Google Maps. We had no idea it was in danger a week ago. I want to rewind to a week ago, when the fire looked horrible, but we're still a little bit innocent and naive about losing major population centers. It just didn't seem like that was going to happen. I mean, I understand a little bit what could have happened to Indian Falls. I mean, in a canyon. But with weeks, prep Indian Valley, losing anything in Indian Valley shocked me. So this is the horse in front of one of Greenville's stores. We first climb out of the mountains and you level out. And you go, oh man, because it's hard on your engine. You probably were following a boat going 8 miles an hour. Like, for 65 miles up the canyon, it seems like. And it's taken 4.5 hours instead of like the 2.5 it should. You get up there, you're finally able to get your legs out and stretch. You may have been in the car for 5 or 6 hours if there's always some accident or something in one lane closure and some rock fall. So you do get stopped and you wait. And sometimes in the car and it's 102 degrees. The air conditioning is struggling, then your parents turn it off because the engine's struggling. And you go, so you get up here. It's one of the first things that greets you is this door in Greenville, and you scream at your parents, I want to get out, because you've been in the car for 3 years in child time. You know how children perceive time different. That horse, I leapt upon it, has a leather saddle. Guys, a genuine leather saddle. That is the sickest ride in the West. You know, I would drag that thing into a car show and say, guys, can't beat this. This ride is the sickest. And sick, you know, it doesn't mean bad anymore. It means so good it's disgusting. And so, when we were doing our little tour and I was trying to show people the lay of the land innocently, we didn't think Greenville was in danger, you know. I just tried to show people, I gave them a tour of the canyon and the big rock. The big old flood rock. It's a giant boulder that may have been deposited by the Ice Age or one of the more recent floods. Either way, it's big as a house. And you drive past it on 70. And they used to have a big flood marker level. The impossibly high floods, right? Guys, the radio shut itself off. I'm pressing play again. It's been doing it. Sometimes it's broadcastifies like that. There's no explanation. I think the ham radio operator may be going offline then on. I'll keep trying to watch it, but it doesn't give you any. It doesn't give you any notification or like a beep or anything. You just gotta wonder, why hasn't that been on? Okay, I'm gonna die of heat. Turning the air conditioning back on. Okay, hang on. So I took the little gold man out for a spin. Gave guys the Google Street View tour. Excuse me. Because I was trying to show you guys the steep terrain and how impossible it is to fight a fire in a canyon like that. And that I was pretty... When people are saying they lost control of it, bad CAL FIRE, bad troops, I said, guys, no, that's impossible to reach up there. So I can show you now too. There's the Google Maps. We're waiting for them to figure out that spot fire situation. So let's just go to Keddy, where the spot fire possibly is. Wait, there's a general store still alive? Yeah, it's just permanently closed. Oh. The town never recovered from the terrible, frightening thing. So, here you go, terrain. So showing people the impossible, you can't fight a fire in here. Look at the towering cliffs above you. And you
private desert on this side. Transportation available. Fire. Like that's Brother Julia, I'm gonna have to move to this, like, can't come in here, guys.
Sure. There. The horse. It's right there. See it? The Evergreen Store. They added a staging area. This is, they ran to defend Greenville when we first heard of the threat, and I was just looking around, not comprehending how they could lose. It seemed like a perfectly defensible area, and sure enough, they chose this for all the black asphalt and stuff that can't burn. And they staged all their huge amounts of responding fire trucks. Going deeper into town this way, or what was the town this way. Gold Rush Town. You see all these empty lots. The town was so much bigger. Many thousands and thousands of people, bustling, saloons everywhere, general stores. We should find old pictures. With so many quaint little remnants. There's more gridded streets and more empty lots. Used to be everywhere, big hotels here. Picture the big 2- and 3-story decks with saloon girls waving off the 3rd floor. The reason that everything was 2 and 3 stories was the snow gets so high that the first stories are all buried. So there's 2nd floors always have a door. Look at that car. This must have been a classical car day. Wait a second. Oh, I thought that was an old Woody wagon or something. I think it was. People I really loved lived here. It's some sort of a crazy Jeep apparatus. Beloved lady Auntie Faye of Greenville. One of the older residents, lived past 100, I believe. I knew her very, very well. She's buried here somewhere. I haven't visited her grave yet. And she knew some of the original gold miners, real 49ers. I didn't believe her when I was a kid. I should have just asked her about the tales, and I never did. But it's kind of good she didn't see this happen. None of this is here anymore. Still trying to wrap my head around it. It survived all the fires, and most of them since the gold rush. I can't understand, really. Not a wooden roof to be seen. I think a lot of it was exploding propane tanks, perhaps. But I should have filmed this. I didn't raise my camera when we went to Indian Valley because I said, this will never be gone. I need to go to the ghost towns and photograph them. Look at the shadow of the Google car camera on top. You just don't have overhanging trees and the things that doom a town.
You want me to go up the hill with the 2 engines?
I still can't quite understand what happened. I don't think they've quite explained. Sorry, guys. I don't believe it. Okay. Oh, I don't think the horse is still there. Yeah. Yeah, Emily B. I went to Paradise too and got lost in it. I've got a lot of sad footage from that. That's where I took horse riding lessons and stuff. I went up there pretty frequently. But I hadn't been in the region for quite a bit. More like driven through and past it. And so I go park myself at the scene of desolation, and I see that there's like some weird things in the distance in Paradise, and a sign. And it's like "Welcome to Paradise" or something similar or something. And I found the map. It says I'm at this intersection. I knew dang well, and I'm like, well, Google, this is stupid. You made an error. And then I did the street view on my phone and realized that that was a new sign, but all the buildings were old and familiar and they were just missing. I just broke down. What the hell happened here? there's not much left for me to film. You guys don't understand, like, at all in the county. Like, most of the towns in the county are gone. Very few survive. They did it by keeping their charm and being the go-to place for, like, historical tours and self-driving ghost town tours, and, like, all this has a meadow and area where you can actually have livestock and stuff. Crescent Mills is a shadow itself. I mean, there's no mills, you know. You can see there's lots of buildings missing. But wow, they did a great job of preservation and kept the charm and kept everything, and everybody loved it. An absolute success story. An absolute success story. This is how all the old wooden buildings used to be, like this, with the little windows at the top and stuff. Instead of an awning, that would have been a balcony. I need footage to understand. Somebody must have filmed the fall. But people adored every bit of this. Foreigners were here, like, I like the Wild West. Japanese people and stuff wearing, like, you know, cowboy belts and buckles. Everybody's so gung-ho about the Wild West, you don't understand. All around the world, you could say you're from America and people go, okay. You go, I'm from California. Wild West! That's so cool! Tell me where to go. Where do I see saloons? Like old Sacramento and Greensville and God, what were the other cool places that managed to cling on? They reinvented themselves as the antique hubs, and what are the awesome other places that I'm not thinking of? The port's barely there anymore, but guys, stagecoach stop type towns. Yeah, you can't replace our heritage. It's irreplaceable. You're right, miss. There's no Cam Heather. We're just listening for them to say something. I need to look at maps again. I was showing people all around the world, my friends, the rich heritage that's disappearing. But when you don't maintain a building, a lot of these old perfectly abandoned little towns like this up in the mountains do not exist anymore. Place names. I was researching the mysterious disappearance. It's a tale of disappearance called The Boys from Yuba City, and they starved to death in the mountains and were never found. One person was. It's incorrect. It's some British guy did a documentary, I think, but you know, like a YouTube style. But if you go up the major bridge here, up Lake Orville, there used to be something called mile houses, and the horses struggled with stagecoach and the mules too to get up into the Sierras. It was several days' journey to get up these old roads. There's several different routes. Brush Creek and Berry Creek barely cling to existence. Well, they don't exist anymore. I don't know that they had many of their old buildings yet. We mostly drove through them, but they are called mile houses or junction houses. I don't believe this exists. And they don't plow this in the winter anymore. They close many roads into the Sierras. You just can't do it all. And so they disappeared up this way a long time ago. You got to see the thing. But a lot of what's labeled does not exist. There used to be lots and lots of communities up here, lots of mines, lots of activity, all the way to Bucks Lake and such. And place names today. But there are more disappeared ghost towns than living ones. Plumas, Yuba, Sierra, Wasson, Shasta counties. And in many, actually. Caribou once was one of those ghost towns. Seneca, I think that burned up the night before last. That was preserved. I fear for people who I met there who had cabins there. A couple of buildings were just preserved, just of a huge booming, they had solar heated showers in the hotel there. Prattville's into the lake. They moved some buildings in the cemetery up here. There's a lot of drowned towns up here. In fact, I just look at Caltopo. I don't think that was important, or they'd be chattering about it now. But on, like, Forest Service maps and stuff. A lot of times you'll have many more names of places. And they usually on a topo say site, But some towns just are a name place these days. Sorry, I'm discombobulated. RIP, Russianberry Creek. Yeah, things like Mountain House, you have like... I tried to figure out how many original buildings and stuff there are. There might be one. But like the original stagecoach stop and the hotel, I don't believe are there. And some of the roads changed. Merrimack. Gone. Cemetery, though. It's called a Class A ghost town on the Gary B. Speck scale of A through F. A is a barren site. There's just nothing left. And every town not maintained eventually will become that. Even if you want to maintain, like, some state of preservation, you gotta maintain... Sorry, the radio cut out. I'm gonna turn it back on. Okay, it's back on. You have to...
We have the lower half, below the lower half of the area in the bridge.
Not a town? Okay. Not a town. Snow shelter, though. Palmetto. Not a town any longer. But these are where the horses would stop. These are such steep climbs.
Night operations, Black Mountain.
Well, night operations.
They lost.
We have the lower half below the D-Mine Road, and 471 has the upper half. No issues.
Clear branch, night operation. Clear branch.
I keep hearing rumors that there was a secret presidential retreat by Bucks Lake. And like an old ghost towny type hotel, but they kind of kept it nice. It's just a rumor, but FDR and Teddy Roosevelt are supposed to have hung out there. So I said, tell me where it is. It was a Forest Service employee. Kind of looked at me and shook his head. He's like, when we have old buildings, we mostly destroy them. What? Yeah, there's a liability thing, there's a cost thing. You know,
Engine 151, Command 8.
They're going to dilapidate, people squat in them, they get hurt, they sue us, we destroy it just like we destroyed Taylorsville.
Yeah, we're on our way over to that spot. I was picking up some traffic. We haven't done any of all night. Just wanted to see if I could pick you up on it. Yep, affirmative. And that station we got is well in the black. Thanks for taking a look. Okay, firm. I think we've been by that a couple times tonight, so very good. Affirmative. Thank you.
That's more than 6 hours ago. He said, yeah, we've destroyed most of the towns. Forest Service does that. Old wooden lookout tower, bulldoze it. That is why a lot of people are enraged about like Forest Service stuff. It's not just unique to California. There's like in Oregon. In Oregon, there's a bunch of, in the Columbia River Gorge, some old ancient cabins, log cabins. And there's like a fundraiser, money, free labor, people volunteered it. They said, let us restore it. And the person in charge is refusing because they can't get like insurance or something in case somebody fell off that roof. And they said, we'll just let it return to nature. And everybody's infuriated. So I can't substantiate that rumor.
Branch 9 trainee, Branch 9.
Yeah, Ms. Music. Your dad's almost 90? That's awesome. He keeps on kicking. Very cool. Yeah. Oh, Jonathan. Well, I mean, yeah, there's new ghost.
Trainee, Branch 9.
I don't want new ghost towns. I don't like seeing a place die. I just try to preserve history. We can't get any of our buildings from the past back, and there's almost nothing. I don't like a fact that things get abandoned and sad, and I want to preserve things so people know what happened. This whole region was populated by many, many thousands of people, but Pearl Harbor meant that FDR signed the executive order, was it 208 or something like that, closing down all gold mines in the country because it was not war effort related. So they could funnel all the able-bodied men either to be drafted or to work in mines like we needed, steel and such. He was begged. There's a whole lot of people that wrote letters. I've even received some of them online. You don't know what you're doing, Mr. President. These mines have cost the equivalent of billions in today's money to open and maintain. You know, like even today, a lot of them cost more than $25,000 to $55,000 a month to pump them dry with the pumps. We can't go for an indefinite period of time keeping the mines dry. We can't maintain them without our people. We have to shut them down. They'll flood. The timbers, where all the old growth forest went in the west here, pretty much, are inside there holding the ceilings up. Once they're not dry anymore, we have to shut down this air circulation system too. It'll mold, rot, get damp. All those will fall down, cave-ins. All the tracks rust. You have to pull them out. We can't afford to
Wildcat, those are Boss Creek. Man.
We can't afford to reopen them. But deaf ears. So almost all mining towns and almost all
Wildcat, go ahead.
almost all towns.
The Wildcat, those are Boss Creek coming from Coyote. I was just curious to confirm my reporting location at flat section 8 or 9.
That entire circle, and even if I zoomed out more, almost all towns instantly died. Because that was almost all exclusively mining. I haven't even calculated how many.
Wildcat trainee, Wildcat command.
Most of them have been taken off these topo maps, and I applaud that. The vandals that were in most cemeteries are being removed off topo maps too because of the vandals. It's taboo to show the exact location of ghost towns and map them and map pin them and share that. The thing is, though, they keep talking about it, and I want to know what's be lost up there, like at Lucky S and others. That was pretty safe being gated. I think we're going to lose it by morning anyway. But, like when I went to Seneca, a lot of these towns' locations are unknown now. They're on old maps, but if you go to them, there's no trace. Pure Class A. Maybe a cemetery you can find. Maybe not. And archaeologists are starting to try to find where they are. Yeah, I understand, Jonathan. Thanks. And so I whipped out my GPS and said, I don't want this cemetery to be lost. The old timers know where it is, and an old timer took me there. I said, so that I can come back and show people where it is.
Wildcat training, those Boss Creek, on command. Try to go direct on that tag, see if you can hail him. Cover your repeat.
These were the lat long coordinates. But he's talking to Wildcat group. That would be over by Antelope Lake if they're going direct.
Wildcat, it goes to Boss Creek. Can you confirm your tack?
Hey, are these townships? Ah. Okay. Cemetery desecration. Are we to blame Laura Croft for that? That's a pretty funny joke, but actually...
Fire 23.
Hang on. I can't stand this. American pickers grabbed a grave marker and said, "Wow, we can make so much money off of this." Pieces of real pieces of work. And it's true, there's a black market for the even just chunks of marble tombstones. And so they went up to Seneca and they took sledgehammers and sledgehammered apart all of the grave markers, carried them out bit by bit, piece by piece in their backpacks. And so he's destroyed, leveled markers. And he started to weep a little bit and said, no, I showed you this to keep it because I thought you could keep it secret. And I made a vow I'd never do something like that. Put these places in danger, you know. It's okay. It's just burned up now, so. It's alright now. Definitely I need sleep to feel better. But, they kept saving these places for more than 100 years, you know. They just, firefighters went there, went down all the buildings and let the fire pass them. They don't have enough manpower to do that right now. They just can't be they can't be everywhere. When people are around to save, they leave history behind and just, of course, try to save lives. But I can't stand it that victims get blamed here. The people that returned were told they could. They're settling back into Greenville. That's quite a big place. Telling everybody you can come back. And then everybody get out. I tell you what, I don't think half the people even knew there was a new order. I mean, a lot of people just don't have electricity, and or if they do, they can't afford some sort of a TV service. There's no antenna good enough anyway, so you don't have it for anything but your VHS and DVDs. And cell phone service is absolute crap, and most people don't have a wired telephone because it's seasonal habitation up here mostly. Yeah. Miss Music, wow, that's cool. News from BC. Yeah. But I'll never forgive American pickers for that. They should have been slapped in handcuffs for selling. It was a Civil War grave marker. It's American looters. Video of Tuesday White Rock Lake fire at Okanagan Lake. So I had this awesome book called The Adventures of the First Oregon Settlers. Really awesome read. And they paddled from Astoria to the Okanagan and set up some of the first, white man trading posts, like, ever. So I was going to go film the Okanagan too. That's also a flame. We're reaching the point where, like, our kids will say, so, what was a gold rush town? We don't have one to show them. At all. Is this green the aerosols, or is somebody unable to properly tweak the camera? It could be aerosols. Oh, infrared. Okay. There's aerosols, pink there. I can't show too much of that copyrighted type stuff. I'll just get a claim again. You have one half IR and one half not IR. Yeah. But yeah, I tend to try to go to official sources. Occasionally also show like KCRA live or something, and they'll flag me and I'll get more claims on the videos. they make me edit them out, or sometimes my videos are too long and they say too long to edit. So then I have to take down the video, re-upload, and edit it out myself, and it won't have the same viewership. So I think maybe I'll just keep up the strike versions and then upload the other ones too. I don't know what to do. Just a bit though, I understand. Oh, okay. So, yeah, there's a lot of ghost cities, Jonathan. There's a lot to visit in the world to try to film. So, I don't understand it. There has to have been a camera showing the chaos, a dash cam, as it happened. There has to be. We need cameras like the Fleer everywhere. So what were the other towns I was thinking of that were good, though, and positive, and they had survived? Downeyville. Downeyville's one of them. By keeping its super, historical thing. They don't allow developers to take away the town's charm. And they have this awesome preservation. It's just cool. Where's the hanging tree? Doesn't Downeyville have a hanging tree? Wasn't it called Hangtown? Which one was called Hangtown? I just forget at 4 in the morning. It's just cool. You make people come to see this by keeping the original charm. You don't get it back when it's gone. You touch the same rails and stuff. Like Mark Twain may have stayed there and leaned on the rail. He went up there into the gold country. And street dance. Just awesome. It's what people come to see, but there's not much left. Almost all these towns are like that. They were bustling with many thousands of people everywhere. There would not have been empty corners like this. This is where something was. It just crammed together. This parking lots and stuff, there would not have been this empty space. These are surviving buildings, and it's really cool to see the before and after pictures. Placerville was. Oh, okay, yeah, thanks. Hard to remember. That dang radio shut itself off. It doesn't do that every night. I think it's the hand.
Romeo, branch 16, command.
Arg.
Branch 16, go ahead for Romeo.
How much fuel do you have left? I copy. Probably gonna need you here in a little while. Who was your igniters?
These were everywhere in Plumas County. I don't believe any survive.
Yeah, branch 16. They were 3564 and 3558.
I copy 3564.
This stuff litters the landscape. Huge machines. They're like, Mr. President, don't sign that order. You have no idea. All it took was a few good snows. Nobody making sure the roofs were okay for that to cave in. Just kind of left this stuff high altitudes because it was too expensive to cart it away. With mules and stuff. They just cut their losses. Monumental gold nugget. This is a replica of the largest gold nugget ever found in Sierra County. The Monumental. It weighed 103 pounds. It was discovered. Maybe I didn't say monumental. I can't read that. Oh, it was monumental. And was discovered at Monumental Mine in 1869.
1087, equipment boss Creed on Fire 23.
Why did they melt down that and the Dogtown nugget? They were worth more money on exhibition. So Jawbone Flats was a bit like this. I started walking towards it in March. Came out of lockdown just for a day. These buildings are huge like this. This is a particularly small one, if you can believe it. Engle Mine, where the fire just burned over last night, was way bigger. And cyanide vat. Probably. That's a modest little cute stamp mill right there. For a modest little cute gold vein in a modest cute little canyon. But magical to see this. Look, it's in operation. Or does it still do that? I think it was here that there was this long driveway paved with some sort of like a cement with embedded quartz. Something like that. Wow, look at that sweet glass. Yeah, I believe it is this. And the tour guide said, "You're walking on a street paved with gold." Good night, Emily. Yeah, exactly. The order to close all gold mines with the attack on Pearl Harbor. They couldn't afford to keep them pumped dry, and then they all collapsed and became too expensive to reopen. So almost every single mountain town in California and Nevada died at the same time. Whoa, there's a snake. That's a snake. And very little survives. The 70s was a golden era, golden age of ghost towning, because these were still like up and you could still go to them and you could still walk on them. Early 80s was like the twilight of that era where they just really started to fall apart, or wildfires really just ate them up one by one. Or the stupid either Forest Service or BLM or whoever owned the land, private places, decided to tear them down. And very few got preserved. Some counties have no stamp mills at all. Like last year, we lost the only stamp mill in like one of the counties of Southern California that was lovingly restored just like this. Lost it to fire. It's devastating all over the West. We're losing everything. So anyway, he says, the road's paved with gold. I scoffed as a kid. No, really. And I looked down. I don't see any gold, mister. And he explained that the crushed rock is where you extract the gold. That's called ore. It's pretty decently high pay grade pay dirt ore. So yeah, it's like up and down the walkway here. The original gravel road underneath it. And you need to crush it, leach it, refine it, cake it, bake it, and ship it to the mint. It's just like a big spongy cake looking thing. It's not going to be that pure. It's as pure as they can get it. Then they ship it to the San Francisco Mint. Heavily armored stagecoach shipments, right? And they got a miniature refinery on site. And so I looked at this particularly white rock, and I said, he said, this one guy was pretty eccentric already, who like owned it or owned the land or something, took the ore after it got crushed up. He just paved the road up to it instead of doing the amalgamation process. So it's all high grade pay dirt all over the land. Everybody's walking on it. They have no idea. So. You still do, Cheryl? Yeah. I need to go to BC and go on tour and film the mines. I can't believe when I heard that there's a Canadian town called Asbestos. I said, that's surely a ghost town. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, John.
I'm going to head up towards the roadblock.
So sorry that
Also, did heavy equipment Boss Creek get a hold of you? He was trying to raise you for assignment.
It says connected, disconnected, connected.
On Creek is what we picked up, Brennan, Gold, and Dale from the other side with 4 dozers, and they're working on that contingency right now.
I've seen it done elsewhere too.
Right, from Boss Creek. Wildcat.
How cute.
Training, goes Ross Creek. Be Fire 23.
Oh. It's funny. I think my grandmother might have visited a lot of these places or seen them. If my grandmother could see this too, like just
Wildcat. Diamond Wildcat.
Back to where it's on fire.
Yeah, I spoke to Dozer Boss Creed. I sent him up there on a personal mission to start trying to put together some of that line that will head down Wildcat Ridge. So you should have 2 dozers with him, and then if they don't show up, you start flagging it so that the day shift resources can just get in there and get the
Cheryl. Getting
if it's going to delay those guys to have to go pick up hose from the cab, have them lay off their engine, and then they can recomplement later. they're either out of the cache or back to camp. That needs to get plumbed.
There's ash raining on the Dyer Mountain camp.
As of right now, all around the structures, everything that the dozer did was off the road break. To parts of the road, which mobile most of all that stuff. Further up to the east, it dies off. It's all running parallel and away from the dozer line as of right now. So we'll look at trying to plumb that on the top side here after we finish this. Copy. Just stress to everybody that holding that east side of that fire from continuing to flank around us is going to prevent fire from getting out and around. So that needs to get put however it is. Hold on, I'm fine with them pumping it up from their engine, but it's got to get it pumped up and they got to stay active. Okay, copy.
Sorry, I'm in the kitchen. That was chilling. He said, remember to remind the guys, in a nutshell here, that they need to secure that flank and keep an eye on that flank. He goes, oh, okay. And when they super explain themselves, you know they're a bit worried. Because that flank is essential to keeping us safe. Ugh. It's hard to watch stuff on Earth. I ate 3 winters. You didn't fall asleep at your desk? Yeah. We gotta keep a good attitude, though. We just have to keep respecting what they're doing. It's just incredible. Everything we've got left here is because of a firefighter. And a
Wildcat Trinity, east operations on command.
East operations, go ahead.
I just wanted to be able to pass on to the day folks where those 4 dozers and heavy equipment boxes I gave you start on the 03 road going north to the Wildcat Ridge.
I hope it stays quiet.
Break. They're in 01 on Lonesome Canyon, Lonesome Valley, and they're working from the 03 to the 06, across the 07 to Antelope, and then they're going to turn north up Wildcat, or turn east up Wildcat. Copy?
Yeah, copy. So those 4 dozers, you just added them to the other 4 dozers that were working, and then going through those just mentioned.
Tie that thing off so we've at least got something into the lake, and then working it up Wildcat Ridge.
Affirmative. Good plan. Thanks for the update.
So going up this way on the east side of Wildcat Ridge. Godspeed. Diamond Mountain Motorway. I don't know how they could have seen the insane fires of the previous days and go back to the line. I'm going to put myself right in front of it. There is no greater bravery, period. This is Gandalf and the Balrog stuff. I think there was no coincidence that Tolkien thought that the ultimate example of heroism was standing up to a fire demon like an angel. respect Tolkien a lot because he spoke, of archetypes, things deep within all of us, these ideas that we have of heroism. Thank you, Cheryl. Come back soon. That's why it's so popular. It's representative of just humanity. All parts of it. The man created a mythos, and he was the equivalent of an entire people. An entire people that would generate folk tales and stories. Yeah. The thing is, you're right, Three Winters, only the brave. The thing is, in his story, you expect Gandalf to save the day, stood on that narrow bridge, he's got nowhere else to go. And he says, you're not passing. You will not pass. And sure enough, doesn't, but he dies. That's the shocking part about Lord of the Rings. You're just like, oh man. But he comes back as Gandalf the White. More dedication than ever. I mean, turns out he's immortal and he can, just decide not to come back to the world of humans and, live in paradise, right? Kind of like remain in heaven, but he goes back. Anyway. No matter what, I'm doing this job. No greater example of heroism that is playing out here. And you can't even invent things that are more heroic. Alright guys, nobody's talking but the radio's on. I shall verify this a little bit later. Thank you so much everybody for your support. I may have gotten donations in the middle of the night that I didn't notice. Oh my gosh, I can't scroll up high enough to see. Oh no. Awesome. People are thinking of supporting the channel and me. Even when I'm not here. Oh my gosh. You guys are so amazing. We're gonna do justice to this. Save lives by making some good videos. And some fun ones too, testing fireproof things. I think people want to see that. We gotta, tough as that emotional, the emotional trip, to Greenville was, we'll be able to have fun nights again too, like we did last year, when things start to really die down and we're just watching that sweet home run, And all bases are loaded and finally there's that breaking point. Home run. Yes. Easy now. We did celebrate like mad. When the rains rained out the Beachy Creek fire and the Lion's Head mostly, and the one Riverside of Clackamas County. It split apart by Portland to rain out the finger that was over by Estacada. It's like a little part of the torrential rainstorm, and boy was there lightning. There was just the craziest lightning I've seen a long time. And go out for donuts, guys. That's what joke is. It's the donut thing. You guys are wondering. Well, I have ran out of food, right? And I was so excited for the storm to be coming up from kind of like came in from Hawaii and cruised in northwestern California. Started in the Cave Junction area and went kind of up in the Willamette Valley and yeah, firefighters dancing in the rain. That'll be cool. I think we all will. I don't know how many people will be able to resist dancing in this rain when it comes. We will. Getting cold and miserable will never feel so good I'm going to take my shoes off and socks and put my toes and squish it in mud. We do have things to look forward to. We just got to keep looking up every once in a while. So, but the donut thing. I ran out of food, and I realized I didn't have any, but the storm was coming, and Cogito and others, Carney and others, one by one, my viewers from the south were losing their power and exclaiming right before they did so, "Oh, I've never seen lightning like this before." Gone, you know? And then the next person, a little bit, a few clicks north, "Wow, they were right. They weren't trolling. They were," and then they're gone. So Cogito, ergo sum, yeah, because I'm a pro at Latin, says, "Whoa, yeah, for real." And then Torin, north there, goes, "Dude," because Torin was a firefighter too. He goes, "Dude, lightning just struck my neighbor's car." And this thing back yet? Okay. The radio's still on. And he says there's more lightning I've seen in a long time. This could kill outside. And I said, "Dude, go out and take a picture." I meant tomorrow, you know. I didn't wait for him to go out there. And he goes, "Okay, I think I will. I don't think I'll even wear shoes." And I'm like, "Oh, wait, no, not right now." And he was trolling me. It was great. He goes, No, I'm getting my camera." And I'm like, wait. Yeah. Oh, the map, Euphoric, it takes them hours at night to zigzag back and forth with infrared cameras and such. And then they got to take that data and land and give it to supercomputers that crunch in record time 3D generated LiDAR maps, laser scanning from the air. You know how much processing power that would be? Incredible amounts. And so that's how they draw incredibly accurate maps these days, which is changing the game. We're on the cusp of a new firefighting era of ease and excitement. New technological wonders. And so they only do that once per night. And they keep it's easier to relay back new data, or like, as they keep going, they're preparing it for the 7 a.m. crew. So around 5:20 in the morning and that kind of thing, they're kind of finalizing it, but they'll delay publishing it a lot until, especially if they think it's going to change. So, yeah. And I know it's all anxious, anxiety producing. So yeah, the radio's still on. So the donut thing was a hilarious thing where one by one my viewers were going, "Dude, the lightning's coming your way. If you haven't eaten, you can't go outside. You can't go outside. It's too dangerous, and it's coming your way." And so I looked down, and all of a sudden the National Weather Service has issued an emergency bulletin to take shelter is flashing across my cell phone. It said when and where, maybe I took screenshots of this. I think I had 25 minutes for the storm would be somewhat near me. And I said, "Do I have time to go get like fast food or something?" "No, don't get stuck in a drive-thru," was the reply, like the serious reply from people. I'm going, "Oh." They said, "You haven't seen this. It's hundreds and hundreds of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes making contact so much that it's like daytime. It's moving rapidly, but it would be like trying not to get wet if you ran fast enough outside." Oh, at the same time I realized I'm starving to death. I think I'd skip 2 meals. I'm looking around and all I've got is marshmallows and tuna. And I said, "Guys, I have to have real food. Look, there's fire." I mean, cutting into my story, look, there's fire. Moving a little bit there. It's very quiet though. northeast of Westwood against the hills. I like seeing it quiet like that. So I get the keys. At the same time, I turn on the NOAA radio thing on my AM radio in the car. It says, take shelter immediately. Golf ball sized hail, is possible. Quarter to golf ball sized hail. And I was like, what? So at this point I'm thinking I need to go park in one of those drive-in car washes with a roof, But I decided not to. I shrug it off and went to a gas station, got a whole bunch of food, and then there were donuts. There's a extra part of the story about the scam artist at the gas station that spilled gas, trying to spill gas right before the lightning came. That was some kind of evil I witnessed. But they drove away with the pumps in the car on purpose because they wanted to rip out and spill gas. But it had like a bungee cord. It was hilarious. But you know what? The older gas station was so much older that wouldn't have happened if they hadn't just done like a remodel. And it's chilling. It was just that they wanted that to happen. Just absolutely crazy. They were trying to scam the old lady behind the counter saying, "Lady, we gave you our $20 bill, or $40, and you didn't just punch the gas." She didn't fall for it, so they were enraged. But they were harassing her and trying to menace her, threatening violence sort of deal. And I walked up, said hi, and they were like, "Damn, a witness." And they looked behind themselves as they went back to the gas pumps, looked up at flash, 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 lightning. Wind is starting to whip the trees out there, and I'm like, oh crap, I've been here too long. I'm throwing money on the counter. She's like, "Let me get your change and your receipt." "No, and don't go outside, lady." And I'm running through there, hoping my car doesn't, get struck by lightning. I gotta get back. And none of it's making contact with the ground. It's cloud to cloud at that point. But boy, so much. It was spooky. And in that convenience store, they just gotten a delivery of the fresh donuts. So I got that box of that. And that's in the car, seat belted in, strapped in. Passenger seat. Only because I just didn't have a car seat. But donuts, a precious cargo like that, deserves one. I want you guys to spread the word about that. That if you have donuts in the car, you gotta protect them. You can't let them stand up in the seat and look around. I know a lot of donuts want to do that, but you can't let them be endangered. They have to be buckled in and facing the rear, even if they don't like that, even if they want to see mommy driving around, The donuts have got to be really tucked in, protected. You'll never live with yourself. I mean, what if you had to slam on the brakes and all you heard was a splat? How could a donut mother live with herself? I don't know. You just can't. So, don't do what's popular, do what's right. So here I am. But now I'm just feeling terribly guilty because I put these donuts in danger. I delayed. I should have just, gotten out of there quicker, gotten out of the store, and now there's lightning all around us, and I'm apologizing to the donuts. I wanted you guys to grow up, But mommy made a mistake. Priorities, yeah. Yeah, 3 winners. Good morning. So it's all a true story. You don't believe this? It is. I yelled at a civilian, "Do you need a ride, sir? You have to take shelter." I just, it's COVID and stuff, but you gotta do the right thing. He goes, actually, I just live over there. And he throws his hood up, and there's this thundering crack, like glaciers at sea breaking apart, grinding, falling off, glacier, like ice cliffs, splashing. But like landing on cement instead of sea. And it even hurt my ears. We both looked at each other, wide mouthed, and he broke into a run. I roll up my window and I start driving a little faster, and I get back. I've got the coffee. I've got, let's see what else I had. I had the energy drinks, right? I had that. And I even had, they sold bananas there. It was cool. Some bananas. Also some, I think it was chocolate covered pretzels. But they also looked like a decent meal. They surprisingly had like pre-delivered meals in the morning. Oh yeah, it was a terrifying storm. One by one. Oh, jeez. One by one, all my viewers losing power. Every single one. Except the one that was winning me. Hey, Organ House moved its viewpoint. Let's see. Well, I'm going to mute that, monitor it in my ear, and I'll turn it right back on if there's something to report. So, I'm racing home with the donuts. I take in the bananas and the coffee and the chocolate-covered pretzels, and I think I had white cheddar Cheetos. Best I could come up with, it's gluten-free, It's not exactly junk food, but chocolate-covered pretzels, you could do worse, actually, with an unhealthier snack. And, had some real food too. It was like something I could put in the oven. And that's when I look in the bag and the donuts are not with me. And I sat down, breathing heavily a little bit fast. Guys, this is the most terrifying, and then boom, thunder. Storm out there, but I need to go back for my donuts. Like, should I? No. And, like some spam going by in the chat. Look, guys, how long is this going to go on? Like, I need to just, I'm a champion sprinter, you see? Morning. Like, no, don't risk that. Lightning kills. And so I said, I gotta do it. I'll just be real quick. And so I grabbed my phone and I was like actually running outside with it, looking up at the sky. And I said, you know what? It's not too bad out here. It's not too bad. I get the donuts. I shut the door. Let's go. At least I don't see any. And then there was across the entire horizon to horizon sky, the biggest, fattest, and brightest electric white purple lightning bolt, cloud to cloud, I've ever seen in my life, lighting up the sky like day. They do them every other update. I think there's a new team. It's like now the MODOK unit took over or something. It's one of the teams is fatigued, that's for sure. They're Mountain too. Still don't have clear images. What's going on? Over by Antelope Lake, there's no cams there. I just really wish there were. That we can't see anything on Indian Ridge is good. If there's smothering smoke, that would explain this lowered activity. Back to my story, though. almost done with it. I said, guys, I'm just gonna go out there and set up my cell phone. I did, and it like was filming the lightning out there, so I got it on camera, sorta. I run out there and get my donuts. I'm satisfied with them. I opened the door to the outside and heard that torrential rain, just like God turned on a shower. And I said, guys, this is so cool. Maybe I could capture some lightning on my phone while I sit here and talk to you guys. And then I screamed because it was like a nuclear flash. In my room, I couldn't even see the computer screen in front of me. It was a solid block of white for a second. And GS, where were we looking? Were we looking on Facebook or like calfires.com? Yeah, Morning KM. And I screamed because the building shook. There's a shockwave rippled through. Felt it on the balls of my feet, through my headphones. And I knew it was about to come. I was already yelling and screaming, I think, and I don't know how loud it was on the microphone. I don't think YouTube saved the moment that it happened. Yeah, tomorrow they need to put more on the landscape. They're adding more frequently, but I think it's a somewhat new program. And this is the only free one I know about at all. So they're trying to get a grant. We should go to digitalpath.net and swarm it, and I'll give them like 50 cents and write a letter in support or something. Because look how well we've been educated. This is so valuable to science. The world's tuning in. Scientists are going to the interior of a firestorm. It's like seeing the interior of a hurricane for the first time. I'm sure other places have captured some things, but quite this comprehensively? I don't know. I've never seen footage like this. Not unlike a consistent, I can tune in and look at it and watch it, caught on camera, this stupid show, but this is like, wow, we have access to this. It's like we're university students or something. Unreal. The entire world. This is so incredible. Anyway, the conclusion of my story is the shockwave rippled through the building because lightning either struck my building or right outside. Kind of moments after I came in with the donuts and sat down. I think I was already screaming when that deafening sound hit. And 6 car alarms go off outside. But boy, that's one of the loudest sounds I've ever experienced. It'd be like just being deaf or something and then suddenly being cured of it if you're standing in front of the engine of like a 747. Or like getting your face up next to the bombards, the epic cannons that took down the walls of Constantinople. Something like that. Oh, maybe standing on the deck of the Musashi. I think they had the biggest guns of any vessel ever built. The Musashi and the Yamato. Thank you, Three Winters. Forget what people do for a Klondike bar. What Catherine did for her donuts is nothing short of heroic. Yeah. I can take credit. Single-handedly rescued those donuts from the wrath of Zeus. Now you know how the story ends? I sit down there, I sit back at the computer making jokes about that. About how Zeus tried to assassinate both Torin and myself. It missed his house and hit his neighbor's car, of course. Missed me. Had 2 good opportunities to assassinate me. One at the gas station where there's, at least they had the potential for spreading gas. Oh wow, I don't know what happens when lightning hits a gas pump. What happens actually? Are they super grounded? Makes me wonder. But that would have been one heck of an exit. You'd be bragging about that exit in heaven. You'd be like, dude, I got you beat. Your skydiving accident's got nothing on my end. 720p, get on my site. There we go. Oh wow, that's crazy. Did it look like it left a mark on the street? Kovu and Marvin's bomb? Here it looks like a fern. Yeah. And some of the original gangsters of my channel remember that. They said it was so loud, you know. So I sat down, guys, going, hey, at least I know I'm safe from lightning or something like that. They never strike the same place. Boom! Sets off all the car alarms. Again. And I screamed again through the microphone. And at that point, I curled up into a little ball and looked up at the heavens like, I'm sorry. You've taught me a lesson. And I'm sure who is teaching me why, but I learned whatever it is. I gotta turn off this. I'm gonna meet Popsicle again. Okay. I think I need to eat a pseudo breakfast. Contemplating the oatmeal. People wouldn't believe these stories if I caught some of them on camera. But I'm going to start a channel where things happen to me. I think that will be one of the last acts of that one. That's a hard act to follow. And then I told everybody, guys, go back and watch the stream. And that's how I found out crushingly that YouTube won't save streams that go over 12 hours. I don't know if I have any clips that I saved that night. But I got the cell phone footage. And that sound from it was not pro microphone by any means, but that was pretty dang amazing. Pretty dang amazing. So they're not talking at all. I'm looking back at the radio. I think they're making good progress beating back the enemy. They said they were going direct and then maneuvering around the east side of Wildcat Ridge and strengthening that line too. It sounded like they were done with one in front. I know that. Whoa. There's an emergency tone.
Open circuit. Alkaline. 16.2.
Oh my goodness, K-Mom. You know, there was one unlucky... Dang it.
Powered from solar 12.3 volt. Open circuit. Alkaline 16.4 volt.
What's that mean? Open circuit alkaline?
Powered from solar 12.3 volt. Open circuit. Alkaline 16.2 volt.
I am downright bewildered by that transmission. Is that a code? Okay, JCP, and by the way, welcome back. Dude, where you been? Checking batteries and weather stations. And here, I thought it was some sort of a... message to...
Power from solar 13 points. Volt. Open circuit. Alkaline 15 points. 9 volt.
Here I thought it was a secret code back. They're radioing our positioning back to Russia when they were about to get nuked. So happy it was not.
Power from solar 12.7 volt. Open circuit. Alkaline 16.2 volt.
Checking batteries and weather station. That's pretty cool.
Power from solar 12.8 volt. Open circuit. Alkaline 16.2 volt.
Okay. Dang it. Everything's quiet, guys. Let's check organ house. Oh, the dawn. Daybreak. If they surround us by noon, we won. The new Glenfire. Best chance to stop something is you have to circle around it by noon the next day before the heat and the humidity increases and decreases in a deadly combo. Dewy early morning. Just slam it hard with everything you got. We don't have we've got a chat rule where we don't discuss anything that we can't prove like that, because it freaks out people. So you have to remember that people here are traumatized and they can't think about any new thing to worry about. The ones we can verify are enough. And so when I talked about things like that subject, or entertained or let other people do it, people just said they felt really stressed out and left. This is yeah, we can't add to their stress. I hope you understand the whole meaning there. It's not like to not allow people to talk, but what I'm trying to do is like having a family supportive scenario rather than a traditional, like, say, YouTube entertainment show, you know. Yeah, I don't mean to squelch you. But I early on figured that the best way to be supportive was just to, was just to make people feel, tell people how bad it can get, and it really can, but so people can prepare and give people the support too that they need. Knowing people care is amazing. But when people get so caught up in that, it's hard to keep them here and engaged. I mean, it still is hard. I try not to even show desolation. This is going to update every minute. I have it on the update. I like how low that looks. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse of what happened at Oregon House. Do we have confirmation or is like a vehicle crash? Guys, I'm so sorry. I'm munching here. I gotta eat. Yeah. Exactly, Patricia. There's so many people here that went through these year after year after year, and they can't. They're having a hard time remaining. So many just say, I can't do it. I'm moving. And that's how I lost my brother. He was close by, and now he's out of state. He can't deal with it. Anxiety is just no more. Never went back to his house and sold it without ever looking at the ruins. And I went out there to try to give him a little bit of as far as I know, I just don't think he went back. He asked me to kind of look at it, and then I said, did you know a bunch of your flowers survived? Your plants, they're blooming. And yeah, beautiful dawn in Magalia. Cool. So you guys know. Husker, you know. And well, that's one thing that the aerosol pollutions do. Give you a nice, sweet, peachy sunrise. I told the epic lightning and donuts story. A lot of people might want to rewind that. It's from last year, and it's why there's so many jokes about donuts. I don't want to exactly say, but if you were there, and you went to the Ace Hardware, you turn right, you go just a little bit, it's Firehouse, you turn right. It's well within the danger zone where there's not too many exits. Yeah, great story, thanks, Miz. But do hit the live button whenever you come back. You don't have to do it now, but it's worth hearing. Nobody would believe me unless I didn't whip out the evidence. Yeah, Dire Mountain's having a good sunrise too. Is there a Magalia cam? Yeah, sort of. Fleet Mountain, that's sort of one. Yeah. So that is so cool. I bet as soon as they can launch Craft, they'll get that thing buttoned up. Oh.
Form Trinity, go ahead. Yeah, just checking in on you guys, see how your progress is going. It's going good. We've got the fire checked up on the dozer line, and due to the Manzanita patch that wasn't burning. West now. Good progress.
Yay.
I copy.
Manzanita Mountain is a hot spot we kept seeing all night from Butte Lake. Across like that. It's been a thorn in the side. Everybody defending Chester. But here, and they made good progress. Great. We didn't really see much spread, guys.
Wildcat in command.
We came out ahead. Too bad we came to see Mount Shasta in the smoke. Wow, Mount Shasta should be a looming huge volcano in front of you here. You should be able to see it from other states. Can't. So Indian Ridge won't show us anything anymore. These cameras just flicked off of night view. We won't be able to see anything without smoke. That's incredible. That link. Night Fire Aviation Program recommences in Australia. I wonder if they have a heads-up display and they're seeing goggles like this. Maybe pilots can see the landscape just like this. I think that's coming down the pipe in the future. One day they'll even have contact lenses that'll do that for you. The contact lenses receive the image. They don't contain the processor. They couldn't be that small. They receive the image as you wear special glasses. Processors in the either the rim of glasses, bridge of the nose, maybe over by your ears. Or maybe it's just like a necklace you have. Oh yeah, Rob Langsdorff.
Communications, go ahead.
Wasn't I worried about?
We're in West Communications, that's where we're around.
I had a robust surge protector. Seldom had ever lost power, had a brownout. It was pretty solid, relatively new, modern line. Careful calculations for actual amount of surge protection I needed because it was so important to have my stuff continue to work. So I was pretty confident in that. I had the surge protector that came with insurance. Should your equipment fail, we replace up to, like, it was a huge ungodly sum. And I would have to go offline and stop covering the fires. Needed to know if the rain was putting them out. We found, and thank you so much, JCP, for telling us. They're checking the battery status or weather stations.
Powered from solar 12.4 volt. Open circuit alkaline 16.2 volt.
You know, we saw such expert flying. So I'm going to mute that for you guys. It's going to drive you insane. I'll take one for the team and hear it in my left ear in case I got to show you guys what's really being spoken. So, the Firehouse Subs, that's kind of a sad story, though. I work for Firehouse Subs, and that's why it was made, because the government didn't provide enough funds. The donations we take in go to all first responders. I said, oh man. Here's some talk.
Powered from solar 12.2 volt. Open circuit alkaline.
I got tricked. There was a regular voice there for a second. Good morning. Good morning. There's still that annoying tone thing going on. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was registering on the mic. I'm so starving. I got some popcorn. That's good, Ms. Music. They gotta be rated to the device, the surge protector. It is so important for electronics. It was a quiet night, guys. Organ house is looking good. We've been looking around for just nice sunrises. They got a good opportunity to wrap up. God, I'm so congested I could barely breathe. They've got a good opportunity. Now look at Quincy. To go and get a handle on that Glen fire. Yeah. No, Three Winters, I'm crashing now. So what I think I should do is restart the channel. Are any of you mods up for babysitting it for quite a bit longer? I've got to go back to sleep. Hopefully get some shut-eye before the storm's coming at, what, 5 p.m. today? That might be freaky. Lexington Hill. Guys, this Lexington Hill was the one where we saw that hideous demonstration of the bear complex, the historic march down to Orville. It's the same camp. That one spooks me out every time I click on it. So I never witnessed something that fatal. I mean, even at a distance before live like that. It was a terrifying new reality, new abnormal that we face. But that's why we do the message. Hey CW, good morning. Because we can prevent most deaths to fire. Just public education. Bad as those are, you can live. Is the fire near Yuba City? I have family there. You know what? It's up in the hills. So the Glen fire, and it looks like it's died down quite a bit during the night, is if you put on the map Brownsville. Excuse me, let me fix this. We'll go right to it. And it's quite a bit south of Dixie fire, you know, if you found Grass Valley, you went too far down. But see that little spot there? This is great. It didn't grow a bit through the night. Not one bit. Quiet. It was fierce like as the sun went down, and then it wasn't. That stupid battery test thing is driving me insane in my left ear. You guys can't hear it, but I'm just going, oh, wow. I hear this thing.
16.2.
That's been going on a repeat the whole time I've been talking to you, and I'm just going, oh, this is like the world's best test for ADD. Like, can you concentrate with that going on in your ear? Rebecca hates Skimward. Thanks for your education. Not being from a fire zone, I'm learning from you too. Thank you so much. And hugs and love to everybody in chat. Can't do it without you guys and your support and like just sharing, you know. I don't know the first thing about self-promotion, and that feels weird, but you can see the distance to Yuba City here. It's all you guys. I would still have 18 viewers like I did during Paradise. Whoops. My mouse is still clicking. It's really breaking down. So as the crow flies, it's 27 miles almost. So it would take you a good hour to get out there from your city, like just taking it nice and easy. A little bit into the foothills and elevation, so wouldn't at all affect you, city. Just did see some smoke, but challenging area.
Clear.
Yeah. See. But they have defensive lines because that bear fire tried to eat Orbstown. They stopped it like that. And it kept blowing right over Lake Orville, blowing all the way over. This was super long range.
Brand 16, Romeo.
So they lit this on fire to stop it.
Brand 16. Firing completed.
That, in of itself, those fresh lines.
I copy. Thank you.
Those fresh lines mean that it's extremely unlikely to spread to the north and would only probably be a threat northeast and east.
Night operations or Larson deputy operations, branch 16.
I think they were almost reporting universal success last night. SCW got every chance. I mean, we saw so much aircraft. Check those cameras. Organ House camera. We were watching passenger jets swooping in like falcons. Or more like killer whales, like surfacing and rising. Because the smoke was so bad, it was like the ocean, like dirty water. You know, just you see a seal or something, and it doesn't go more than 2 feet below, or a crocodile, and then it kind of disappears into the black, and it comes back. You're like, whoa.
And Larson deputy operations, the firing's complete in Division Romeo.
Division Romeo firing, huh? Where's that map? This is a mess.
Deputy operations, West Communication.
I don't think it has divisions. Dang it. Alright, so it goes around the clock. It starts at A at like 6 in the morning. 7 is like Bravo and Charlie. So just sort of logically reasoning this out, because I forgot my maps. Maybe like Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and then Juliet was up here. Mike and Papa were somewhere up there off the screen.
West Communication.
Oscar. Romeo? So I bet. East side for sure. So they had a community meeting last night that I totally forgot to watch. Here is the
Night operations, West Communication.
Well, maybe it is.
One Trinity on command.
It's for the weather stations, is what JCP said. It came and went like a ghost, answering our questions. I was like, hi, hi, hi.
16 uniform trainee on command.
I want to restart the stream because we're coming up on 8 hours, and then I want to take a nap, and I don't know how long I'll be down for, really.
West Communications on command.
I woke up after 2 hours of sleep. Okay, guys, I think I have to do that. I'm so sorry, people just tuning in. Goodness gracious. But if I don't restart the stream, it doesn't save.
Break. Larson, Deputy Operations, West Communications.
Okay, so that's what I'm doing, guys. I'm so sorry. Before more people come in, I don't want to make this a jarring experience. So I'm going to rename the stream to 812 Dixie Fire. And it will be just a moment when it'll be right back. So sorry. You can hit the ringing bell button with the subscribe, and you'll know whenever I go live. So sorry to do this, but if you don't want to do that, click on the channel name, refresh it a few times, and it'll say live again. I gotta rename it for the correct day and restart. Sorry, mates. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you right on the flip side. But channel's not closing down. We're coming back. Be right back, guys. So sorry.